Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Before we begin today's program, I'd like to ask you all to please find your phones, which it looks like the entire front row already has their phones out. Please silence them or turn them to vibrate or off so that they don't interrupt today's proceedings. Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name's Lou Ann Greenwald. I'm the director of the Hilliard Art Museum and very pleased to welcome you all this morning. Some of you were with us last night for our night to honor Paul Hilliard. Thank you for joining us for that. If you weren't able to join us, I encourage you to come by the museum to see a wonderful exhibition, Art of Sir Winston Churchill. It'll be on view at the museum through March 21st. And please note that the program that you have today serves as free admission to see the exhibition. In a moment, you'll hear from the curator of that exhibition, Tim Riley, from the National Churchill Museum. But first, I want to say thanks to a couple of people who made this project possible. Maybe they would be so kind to stand. Catherine Skurlock, who's our incoming chair of the Hilliard Society Board. I know she's here somewhere. Thank you, Catherine. Lee Pollock, who's with the International Churchill Society, maybe not here yet, and Greg Collins, who's with the New Orleans Churchill Society. These three people came together and made this all happen, so we're very grateful. We've been honored to work on this project with our partners at the National World War II Museum, and I want to say a very special thanks to the director Stephen Watson and his assistant Meg Cahill, and also to Jeremy Collins and Rob Citino from the Institute for the Study of War and Democracy. And finally, thank you to the Light Center for allowing us to use this beautiful venue, and to Acadiana Open Channel, who is filming this today, and it will be live streamed on the internet. Today's symposium, Churchill in Conflict and Culture, is supported by the generous sponsorship of Oates and Marino, and I know Larry Marino and Ann Moorhead Marino are with us today, so please join me in a round of applause for them. I'm honored to introduce two special guests who will make remarks before we begin. Dr. Tim Riley, the Sandra L. and Monroe Trout Director and Chief Curator at the National Churchill Museum in Fulton, Missouri, was appointed Director Emeritus in 2012 after serving as Director of the Trout Museum of Art and as a Curatorial and Education Assistant at the Metropolitan Museum of Art. He's authored several essays and curated exhibitions on the work of Sir Winston Churchill, including the current exhibition at the Hilliard Museum. Tim's remarks will be followed by Stephen Watson, who is the President and Chief Executive Officer of the National World War II Museum in New Orleans. He served the museum in several roles since 2002, first as Director of Membership, launching a national campaign that grew its membership to 60,000. Later, he served in roles as Associate Vice President of Development, Chief Operating Officer, and Executive Vice President. The National World War II Museum offers its patrons new ways to connect with history and honor the generation that sacrificed so much to secure our freedom. The museum has grown to be one of the nation's most comprehensive repositories for the history and education relating to World War II. Please join me in welcoming Tim Riley and then Stephen Watson.
Well, thank you, Luann, and good morning. Exhibitions of Winston Churchill's paintings don't happen every day, and they don't happen with a lot of help. Luann mentioned several people who were instrumental in making this happen. But before the individuals get involved, it's important for us to realize that, like Winston Churchill himself, it takes a certain amount of audacity to do something like this. Winston Churchill is well known as a statesman, a leader, a military commander, a soldier. He's not always known as an artist. If you read biographies about Winston Churchill, they may mention his painting, often in footnotes. But an exhibition like this one allows us to take a deep dive into this known part of a well-known man. Winston Churchill had a passion for painting. And one of the things you'll take away, I hope today, from the remarks from our distinguished speakers, but also by visiting the exhibition and looking in the gallery, is that Winston Churchill himself sharpened his skills of observation, his legendary visionary outlook on strategic planning, on alliance building, on all the leadership qualities we associate with Winston Churchill and try to emulate today, were informed and inspired by his painting. When he looked at the world to paint a tree, a seascape, or a landscape, it was the same mind that looked at the world from a strategic standpoint. How do people get along? How do countries get along? How do nations get along? How do yellows get along with blues or greens? Or as Churchill said, the poor browns. And I think when we look and organize exhibitions like the one at Hilliard, you begin to appreciate even more the quality and depth of Churchill's range. And I leave you with that thought. When you look at the exhibition, when you encounter the paintings, remember this. Remember that Churchill himself said in his famous essay, Painting is a Pastime, written in 1921, that painting came to his rescue. At times when Churchill was down and defeated, his famous resilience, his grit, his determination came to the fore. And he used painting to shift gears, to slow down, and to observe the world around him. And in his case, leave us with some remarkably beautiful images. That large picture takeaway is a very Churchillian thought, and one that I leave with you. I applaud everyone here in this room for coming and supporting Winston Churchill on so many levels. To do a symposium like this one, I think will further enhance our understanding of the great man. And congratulations to my colleagues, my new friends at the Hilliard Museum for doing such a terrific job. And for you, Paul Hilliard, for the vision. When asked, which artist should we show in the Hilliard Museum, he immediately said, Churchill. That takes vision and audacity, too. So once again, on behalf of America's National Churchill Museum, enjoy this symposium. Please enjoy the exhibition. These don't happen very often, so when you get a chance to see one, do so. Once again, thank you. Turn it over to Stephen.
Well, good morning. It's wonderful to see a room full of people interested in history, and welcome to our symposium on Churchill in conflict and culture. And I'll start by telling my boss, chairman of the board, Paul Hilliard, my comments will be shorter than last night. But we do have a tradition at the museum, and that is we love to start all of our public programs by acknowledging our World War II veterans, homefront workers, and Holocaust survivors. And I know we have at least one World War II veteran with us here today, so Paul, please stand and be recognized. And any other World War II veterans, homefront workers, or Holocaust survivors, please wave to be recognized too. I'd also like to ask other veterans that have served in other conflicts or peacetime, or those of you that are currently serving actively in the military, please stand and be recognized for your service to our country also. Thank you. We have a number of our current and former members of the museum's Board of Trustees here with us today. Some of you are local, but some of you have traveled from far away, Detroit, Riverside, California. I'd like to ask all of our museum trustees, current and former, to please stand and be recognized for their leadership in helping create the great National World War II Museum. Thank you. This is like a workout for Paul. We have to make him stand up at least 3 or 4 times during these remarks. So it's really quite special for us to have partnered with the Hilliard Art Museum on this great program. Of course, apart from us sharing their namesake, Mr. Paul Hilliard, who is our chairman, it's really a great example of what can be accomplished with partnerships. Our new Institute for the Study of War and Democracy has made a point of forming partnerships to more effectively tell the complete story of World War II. It's really a part of what has made our past program so successful and something that will remain a priority as our institute continues to expand new programs into the future. So today, for instance, through this partnership, we really get to approach Churchill from 2 very different perspectives. One, through the artistic perspective, through the Hilliard Art Museum, and of course, through a historical perspective, through the work of the World War II Museum. And interestingly enough, we have long hosted a lecture every year on Churchill, and I think it shows that he has always had a way of bringing people together for the greater good. In fact, in just a few weeks, February 8th, our institute will host another very special symposium on the 75th anniversary of the Yalta Conference, and I'm sure many of you in this room know that was the last monumental meeting of the Big Three, Roosevelt, Churchill, and Stalin. And I would invite you to come to the museum for that very special symposium on February 8th, or at any time for a visit to the National World War II Museum. But in the meantime, it is time to get this program started, and with that, I'm going to turn it over to your MC for the day, Jeremy Collins, who is the Director of Conferences and Symposia at the Museum's Institute. Jeremy will tell you a little bit more about the program and our speakers, and we will get right into it.
Great, thank you. Well, thank you to everyone. You'll note in your program that Ed Lingle, Dr. Lingle, was supposed to serve as MC. He has a very pressing assignment that's due at 5 p.m. today, so I'm glad I'm here and he's where he is. It's my job to keep the show running and to keep us on time, so we'll be expeditious in our introductions. That's not an insult to any or all of our speakers. It's meant so that you hear from them and not from me. As Stephen mentioned, we're going to look at Winston today in 2 regards, in conflict and culture. And the first session will feature Dr. Richard Frankel, Associate Professor here at University of Louisiana in this great city of Lafayette. He's also the Director of Graduate Studies, and he will be our first speaker looking at one of Churchill's longest-running adversaries, Germany. He will be looking at the cult of leadership and the cult of Bismarck, because that was so influential in what Winston and who Winston actually fought against in the 20th century. Then we'll hear from Rob Citino, our Executive Director of the Institute for the Study of War and Democracy, and the museum's senior historian in New Orleans. I was thinking that it's pretty interesting. We have 2 of our own, 2 of the University of Louisiana's, and then we also have 2 Brits that are on the program too. So we're New Orleans, Lafayette, and Great Britain, and it's going to be a great, action-packed, history-packed day. So without further ado, it's my pleasure to introduce our first speaker of the day, Dr. Richard Frankel.
Hey, thank you. Thank you to Mr. Hilliard and everyone at the Hilliard Museum and the World War II Museum, of course, and UL, and all of you for coming. This is a tremendous audience for us here today. And as you already got the sense, I will not be talking about Winston Churchill today. I don't study Winston Churchill. I don't write about Winston Churchill. But it's interesting. So when I was approached to be a part of this, I wondered what I would be talking about. And it made me think about what the relationship is between Germany and Britain. In fact, as an undergraduate back in the previous century, I was very much interested in British history and British-German relations. And there's a great deal of that relationship in terms of perception and misperception, the image of Britain in the sort of the mind of Germany has played an important role. A lot of, I should say, misperception. Britain represented, among other things, a liberal alternative to the traditional sort of Prussian conservative politics of Germany. Wilhelm II had a kind of love-hate relationship with Britain, loved to wear British naval uniforms and loved the Navy, and had a kind of complex relationship with his grandmother, Victoria. Of course, in the two world wars, Britain was the enemy. It served as a kind of anti-Semitic trope for Germany's right-wing nationalists. They used to refer to it as the nation of shopkeepers. And even for Hitler in terms of British imperialism, which served as a kind of model. He would refer to his vision of Eastern Europe as being modeled on British India. And so, thinking back, as I said, there's a lot to connect there between Germany and Britain. But I do work on perception and misperception, actually what I've been doing most of my career. And that work on the cult of leadership, the cult of Bismarck, I realized is very significant for understanding the opposite, the opponent for Churchill for much of the first half of the 20th century, in the way in which the Bismarck cult sort of shaped German politics, that drove it in an increasingly radical, violent, and irrational direction. And so I want to talk about what that Bismarck cult was, how it came about, and show some features of it. And we can take a look at some imagery, for example, and some artwork. That was a big part of the cult as well. So in early July 1944, Ulrich Russell, who was a member of the conspiracy that would soon thereafter try to assassinate Hitler, was walking through the Bismarck estate, and this was the one that's outside of Friedrichsruhe. Of course, he had more than one. Inside the house, he noticed a painting of Bismarck, which depicted him, as he put it, powerful and violent. This painting, as a matter of fact, next to these two sunken figures of the French politicians, Adolphe Thiers and Jules Favre. And he considered this, what he said, to be a correct example of the foolish interpretation which we ourselves have spread. Von Hassel recommended that the painting be thrown away. While von Hassel was correct in his interpretation of the image that too many Germans had created of Bismarck, we should be glad that they didn't throw this away, or many of the countless other images of Bismarck that were created over those previous 75 years. They provide valuable insight into the development of a political culture that over time came to increasingly be marked by a significant stream of irrational thinking, which also helped radicalize much of the German middle class and ultimately facilitated the rise and success of Adolf Hitler and the Nazi Party. And it's the role of imagery and symbolism in the development of political culture that I want to speak to you about today, specifically the image of Bismarck and the cult that grew up around him, and the impact of that cult of leadership that helped make Germany such a dangerous foe for Churchill, Britain, and the rest of the world. And so we have a Bismarck cult that emerged. Why Bismarck, right, of all people? Bismarck, many of you may know, was the sort of founding father of modern Germany. He was the person who played the key role in the unification of Germany in the late 1860s and early 1870s. And so as such, he was a natural candidate for such a role, but it was also not just that he unified Germany, but the way that he did it. He did it through 3 successful wars, the last 2 which were against great powers and really unexpected victories. and in doing so, fulfilled the decades-long dream of German nationalists to bring about the creation of a new German nation state, and in doing so also established Germany as a major power, the major power on the continent of Europe, and maintain the security and that great power position for the next 20 years. And so it's both the combination of what he did and the way that he did it, and also in doing it a certain way, gave certain values to this image of Bismarck and to German political culture that would be important later on after he's gone. It's not just, again, the wars that he fought, but what he did in solving at the time was a seemingly insoluble domestic political crisis, and he did that through not diplomacy and negotiations with the parliament, but through violence. He fought 3 wars, which ended that domestic logjam. And so the idea that seemingly insoluble problems can be solved by violence, that violence can be a good thing in solving your problems, and that they can be solved also, and they should be solved, and perhaps only be solved, by the sheer force of genius and will, right? That it took someone like Bismarck and his superhuman abilities to bring about this great end. And also in his style of politics, which was to bring some people together, to bring some Germans together through the demonization of others, what we might call inclusion through exclusion, by having some people believe they're more German by pointing out certain groups that were less German or un-German, or in fact, as he liked to label those groups he didn't like, enemies of the nation, socialists, Catholics, whichever year you happen to be looking at in his case. And those, as I said, would color that cult, and those who subscribed to that cult and who followed, those became values that were integral to their view of politics. He was, in many respects, a legend while he was still alive. Okay? As I said, he remained in office after unification for almost 20 years. And in doing so, he provided legitimacy to this new government. After all, Germany is brand new at this point, and you could argue there's a little bit of a legitimacy concern on their part, and so he provides that stability, that strength. And so celebrating Bismarck became a way of celebrating the government, and supporting Bismarck became a way of supporting the government, of supporting Germany. His birthdays were celebrated. Towns and cities across Germany renamed streets and squares after him. He was granted honorary citizenship in towns and cities across the country. Early monuments were erected. Oops, I'll get to that in a minute. Okay. Monuments were erected to him as well while he was still alive. And these events, these celebrations, provided an opportunity for pilgrimages to be made, and this is the term that they use, pilgrimage. The Bismarck estate in Friedrichsruh, which was right outside of Hamburg, and his other one in Varzin, which is today actually in Poland, thanks to Hitler's policies. These became destinations for those seeking inspiration and legitimation for their politics. The 80th birthday, Bismarck's 80th birthday in 1895, the last major birthday before his passing, was a high point with massive pilgrimages and commemorations. Paintings served to buttress his legend, obviously this one. Others as well. This is a rather famous painting of the culmination of the Wars of Unification by Anton von Werner. This is in the palace, in the Hall of Mirrors in the Palace of Versailles, the proclamation of a unified Germany, of the German Empire. And in fact, this painting underwent many different versions over the years. This is not the first one, but it is noteworthy in that in each new version of the painting, Bismarck moves more and more to the center of the painting. And in fact, he did not wear a white military uniform during the actual ceremony. He would not have worn that. But of course, it brings you directly to him, right, in the painting. And so, you know, the man who should be honored to the left there, the emperor, kind of gets second billing to Bismarck in the middle there. Out of office, this continued. Oops. Okay. So, for example, here we see, again, a kind of development. This is the very old Bismarck. He's only 2 years left on this earth. And, you know, he looks frail. He looks like he's, you know, on his way. And this is the photograph, but the painting gives those eyes, you know, more of a sort of prophetic, you know, looking beyond the seer and so forth, rather than the frail impression that they give over there. So, as I said, out of office, he does continue to play a role. In fact, it's his dismissal in 1890 that plays a key role in transforming the function of the Bismarck cult, not just because he was out of office, really, but also, in fact, the way that he was treated out of office by Wilhelm II, the emperor. And Wilhelm II loved Wilhelm II. He was a tremendous narcissist. Bismarck was too. Let's give them both credit. But there can only be one emperor. And without Bismarck in office, Wilhelm II wanted to play down Bismarck's accomplishments in favor of his own families. And he wanted to create a cult of Hohenzollern, of his dynasty. And he diminished Bismarck when he did mention him, and he tried not to. And Bismarck, who liked the attention, was now at home at his estate, old and being ignored, and he was angry and seething. And he decided to act out and serve as a kind of pole of opposition for this new regime under this new young emperor who was not giving him his due. And so this coincided with a time when middle-class Germans, nationalist Germans, were frustrated with just what the government was doing. They felt the government was not being nationalist enough. Believe me, it was being nationalist enough. But they were not satisfied with that. They wanted more and more. And Bismarck, in a sense, offered himself up to them as a symbol to hammer the government with, and to say that you're not German enough, you're not doing what Bismarck would have done. Okay? And he went along with that. And it could only go so far, of course, because he was still alive, and if they did go beyond what he might have wanted to do, he could always slap them down by disagreeing with them. It's really the death of Bismarck that transforms him, that makes all of that no longer an issue, and Bismarck can, in many respects, become anything that they want him to be. He had a long enough career. He said all kinds of things that contradicted himself all kinds of ways over the years. So death separated him, the man, from the movement, and allowed the cult to emerge fully. And we see this, for example, at the time of his death. Within days of his death, there were two ceremonies to mark his death in Berlin, one of which was the official ceremony put forward by Wilhelm II and the government. The other was by Berlin's Bismarckians, these middle-class Germans. The one thing they had in common was that Bismarck was not at either of them. The body was back in Friedrichsruhe, outside of Hamburg. That was his way of, again, sticking it to Wilhelm II, that he was not going to be able to speak over his body. But also the nature of the ceremonies. The official one was very traditional, it was very staid, it was very quiet. The Bismarckian one was much more emotional. It had music, it had speeches, it was much more inspiring. And it's that emotion that again, kind of increasingly irrational approach is what's going to mark the cult. Monuments to Bismarck, again, played an important role. Monuments were not new to the period after his death. As I said, while he was in office, there were monuments built for Bismarck, but they were very traditional, you know. Bismarck, right, in various poses, but straightforward Bismarck. This is 1877 in Cologne. But with his death, you have an important transformation that takes place, and that is that monuments to Bismarck are no longer in any way attached to, again, the person. They become completely abstracted. And this is partly an inspiration from this right-wing, particularly university student movement at the time, one of the most radical nationalist groups in Germany at the time. And they developed this model of this fire tower, these various versions. This is actually a little bit more sophisticated. A lot of them had this just rough-hewn rock. They all had these fire pans at the top. In fact, there was a company that sold them, so you could order them in newspapers and so forth. And literally, there were hundreds of these built across Germany. And they would be lit on the time of his birthday, at the time of his death, and on the summer solstice. So along with these kinds of Germanic, runic kind of images, even a new holiday connecting Bismarck to this almost pre-Christian kind of celebration of the summer solstice. And as I said, really separating him and getting to the essence or the spirit of Bismarck. One magazine described these fire towers as, quote, altars of sacrifice for the German spirit, dedicated not only to his memory, but rather a visible sign that his spirit lives further among us so long as there exist German men. There's other ways of doing this, of abstracting Bismarck, of mythologizing him, of heroizing him. So, for example, and still at least you can see him, but in this case as the medieval knight Roland. This is in Hamburg. It's still there today. It's got a little bit of graffiti on it now. It looks over the, well, never knows. This kind of mythologizing of Bismarck, again, taking him out of time. And the monuments, the mausoleum, these also, again, served as locations, as holy sites for the rituals that developed around this new god, according to this calendar of birthday, anniversary of his death, the summer solstice. And on one or more of these dates, Bismarckians would make the pilgrimage. They would pay homage and take something away. According to a newspaper in 1903, quote, German patriots feel new holy life rising up inside of them when, as at the grave in Friedrichsruhe, they hold holy dialogue with the spirit of their hero. Through the still loneliness of the forest, it rustles like a revelation. And on the consecrated site, the devout national pilgrim receives a wealth of the richest impressions, which impart to him goal and direction for his whole life. There lies a mysterious, endlessly life-giving power in such a national pilgrimage in spirit to the resting place of the greatest of all Germans. Okay. Though it was by no means a fully unified movement, there did emerge a kind of general storyline, a historical understanding, a gospel, if you will, that served to give meaning and purpose to this emerging cult. At the monuments at the grave and halls across the country, Bismarckians, mainly academics, historians, I'm not proud to say, were among the high priests of the Bismarck cult, spoke of a time when Germans wandered through the desert of statelessness until a savior appeared and led them through the wilderness to the promised land of a united Germany. Those very same Germans, though, over time grew comfortable and complacent. And eventually a new king arrived who dismissed the old savior, and the people did nothing. Germany was now suffering the consequences. It had no leadership. One day, though, Bismarck would arise. There would come a new leader, to make Germany great again. Until then, they would have to keep the spirit of Bismarck alive and in their hearts. And this message only grew more powerful and was seen as more fundamentally true with the crises that Germany would experience beginning in 1914, with World War, with defeat, revolution, two major economic crises, and a man would arrive who seemed to develop, his movement out of his own genius and will, and who told Germans everything they wanted to hear and promised to make Germany great again, and deliberately placed himself in that, under that cloak of Bismarck. Okay? By this point in time, there changed times, the distance, it was more believable. In the 1890s, someone like Hitler could never get away with claiming to be another Bismarck, but by this point he could. And he did this until 1938, when, with the Anschluss, the joining of Austria to Germany, the one thing that Bismarck didn't do as the unifier of Germany, Hitler, the new Bismarck, did. And here you have a fantastic bit of symbolism here. Bismarck Roland, again, the medieval knight, casting his vote in the plebiscite, approving of the Anschluss, right, to the creator of Greater Germany. Okay? Bismarck created Little Germany. Hitler creates Greater Germany, and with that, Hitler can shed Bismarck. He no longer needs him because he has his own suit of armor as well. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I taught university for 34 years, 33 years before I came to the museum a few years ago. And this is very typical of an 8:30 lecture hall. The students are always in place. There's overflow. People are searching. Actually, it's about 400%. But I want to just echo what everyone else has said. Thanks so much to everyone for joining us. We live in the present and we're heading into the future, and sometimes it's good to sit down and think about the past. But not to do so individually, we can all read books, but to do so collectively and kick ideas around and comparisons and contrasts, and I just think this is a wonderful thing. We often say, history's not doing so well nowadays. No one cares. A lot of people care about history, and at the National World War II Museum, we know that, and we see that exhibited every day, and I'm seeing it again, so thanks a lot. I thought today that I would talk about Winston Churchill's military career, and now when I say that, I know all sorts of things pop into your head, but that would be the Battle of Britain in 1940 and their finest hour, and all the decisions that had to be made in the course of World War II. But I'm going to go a little bit further back into the Churchill biography and a little bit back into the Churchill story to look at a younger Churchill. Perhaps a Churchill that we're not as familiar with as the more classic, heroic period of his life, which of course is 1940 to 1945. I call the talk the father of the man, young Churchill at war. Many of you will understand the reference in his 1802 poem. The great poet William Wordsworth, the poem is My Heart Leaps Up, wrote the immortal line, "The child is father of the man." Now, what he meant by that, of course, is that what we do in our lives and what we become in our lives is very often determined by experiences deep in our past, deep in our childhood. That's the poetic version. Through Freud, then, it becomes kind of this commonplace idea that things that happen to you in your early years are formative or where you're going in your life. There's no better illustration of this truth than the life of Winston Churchill. From an early age, Churchill's persona was tightly bound up with war. Born in 1874, into what we might say the British Empire at its height. I guess you can put 10 people together and have an argument about exactly what year that would be, but 1874 would be a good one. He, like many young Victorian boys of his social class, dreamt of battlefield glory and acts of valor. Toy soldiers, little lead figurines in this case. They were little plastic figurines in my case. Flags, castles, great cavalry charges. These were the stuff of Winston's young imagination. He dreamt big, and it's always curious to me how many men and women of achievement in life begin very early on by just thinking big. He dreamt big. As a schoolboy at Harrow in 1891, Winston Churchill once remarked to a classmate, "I have a wonderful idea of where I shall be eventually. London will be in danger, and in the high position I shall occupy, it will fall to me to save the capital and save the empire." I feel like I could just do a mic drop right now and walk away, because that's sort of proven the whole point that the child being the father to the man. But bear with me, let's talk our way through it a little bit further. I mean, at that age, I was saying I'm going home and watching Brady Bunch. I'm trying to think what I was saying about myself at that age, and maybe you might want to consider the sorts of things you were saying about yourselves at that age as well. Well, knowing that the path to this great position, which he envisioned for himself, led through a military career, he applied to Sandhurst in 1893. We often say the British West Point, but in fact West Point is the American. Sandhurst, I think, is probably more accurate. He was commissioned into the 4th Queen's Own Hussars, and there's perhaps the most famous portrait of young Winston Churchill. You see this in you good look at his face. You can see something of his character, and of course, the extremely ornate uniform of a cavalry regiment of the day. He would spend the next 5 years of his life in the regiment, a little less than 5, December of 1894 to spring of 1899. But what a 5-year period this was, not only in his own story, but in the global story of the British Empire and in world history in general. Winston wished to be where the fighting was, we might say where the action was. And he exploited every family connection he could think of to get himself posted to a battlefront. His mother played a key role, as he admitted, in social contacts. In my interest, as Winston once put it, she left no wire unpulled, no stone unturned, no cutlet uncooked. Which is a beautiful piece of Churchillian rhetoric. It's always the third item in the triad that really nails it. No cutlet uncooked. Well, it's a relatively brief period then of Winston Churchill's actual military service. But during this brief period, he took part in a series of campaigns that we can often overlook because we are so fixated on his finest hour in 1940. It's the part of the story we want to get to, of course. But let's look at some of these campaigns that Winston Churchill either witnessed or took part in. In November of 1895, Churchill traveled to Cuba. Here, the Cuban people had risen up in revolt against their Spanish rulers. Cuba, of course, was a long-time Spanish colony. The colony had been ruled by Spain, or better yet, misruled by Spain. Spain itself is having all sorts of internal political problems. And there's a rebellion against Spanish rule in Cuba. He went to Cuba to serve as an observer with the Spanish army. Now, he was quite frank about why he was there. He wanted a small war where he could prove himself on the battlefield, where he could prove his mettle. A private rehearsal, he called it. So if things didn't go that well, it's hard to be the center of global affairs, right? The Cuban revolt against the Spanish. So no matter what happened, he wouldn't be in the big glare of publicity. But he could prove his military worth, perhaps not only to those around him, but perhaps even more so to himself. In Cuba, Winston saw combat for the first time and received the Order of Military Merit from the Spanish for distinguished comportment under fire. He was 21, and he had had his first experience now of enemy fire. Small skirmishes, essentially. Now, the next year, in 1896, the 4th Queen's Own, his regiment, were sent to India, to the southern city of Bangalore. And Winston threw himself into the peacetime garrison habits, typical peacetime garrison habits. Playing polo, in which he excelled, drinking, perhaps more than is good for you, another item at which he excelled, and garrison troops often excel. But also in Winston Churchill's case, and again, it's what sets him apart, reading. Churchill had come to the belief that he simply lacked the education, lacked the breadth of knowledge of global affairs to become that great figure who would someday rescue the British Empire. Well, he soon wearied of inaction, and that's something else we can take to the bank about Winston Churchill rarely going to sit in the same place for long. He wearied of inaction, and in 1897 got himself posted to a battlefront. In this case, the Malakand Field Force on the northwest frontier of India, operating in the Swat Valley near the border with Afghanistan, something that many American military personnel today would understand completely. He took part in the siege of Malakand. Now, Malakand was a British outpost that had been beset by fierce Pashtun tribesmen on the frontier. The fort was surrounded for weeks and had to be rescued by a relief expedition, harrowing adventures on all sides. A look at a sort of a typical battle in the Malakand fight. There's a British fort that's under attack by Pashtun fighters. You see the British artillery and guns are firing off the battlements and off the walls. Well, Churchill took part in the fight. He received mention in dispatches, you sort of mentioned in the official reports, for rescuing a wounded man under fire. Once again, he'd been very frank about his motives for taking part. I was listening to Richard talk about myth-making. Churchill was complicit in his own myth-making. He wanted to make a myth of himself. It was part of his strategy. It's part of the reason he went into the Army. And you can go into the Army, and if you are clever, you can avoid frontline duty. That was not Churchill. He wanted frontline duty in part to make a mythological figure of himself. He wanted a reputation building, I guess we might say, with an eye to a future career in politics. Now, he also wrote a brilliant account of the fighting. The story of the Malakand Field Force, an episode of frontier war, he called it, in which he included some pungent criticisms, of British strategy. Criticisms which should sound very familiar to U.S. readers after 18 years of our own war in Afghanistan. And let me just read a brief portion from the Malakand Field Force. So far then, Churchill writes, we have advanced and have been resisted. The forward policy we are following has brought an increase of territory, a nearer approach to what is presumably a better frontier line. It has also brought war. So the British have India, but they're nervous about India. So you then have to conquer the bordering territories, the frontier territories, in this case, Afghanistan. And once you've secured Afghanistan, there's something else that could threaten Afghanistan. It's a forward policy, always moving forward. So it's brought us a better frontier line. It has also brought us war. All of this has to have been expected. It may be said of the present system that it precludes the possibility of peace. Isolated posts have been formed in the midst of races notoriously passionate, reckless, and warlike. They are seen as challenges. When they are assailed by the tribesmen, relief and punitive expeditions become necessary, and so it goes. He saw a kind of permanent or endless war on the border territories, the northwest frontier of India, in Afghanistan. It's a brilliantly written book, and very well received, I might add, which is also another sign of things to come. So, Spain, Afghanistan, actually the Swat Valley, I even love the title. The next year, it was Africa proper. Here, Winston Churchill would take part in his first great battle. A British force under Lord Kitchener launched a campaign from British Egypt to the south to retake the region known as the Sudan, today the independent nation of Sudan. The enemy here were the dervishes, Islamic tribesmen who had destroyed a British army under General Charles Gordon in the 1880s and had established an independent kingdom. Once again, forward strategy. You hold Egypt. And Egypt is dependent for its very life on the Nile. And so what must you do? You must control the Nile. The Nile flows from south to north. You must hold the Sudan, or else enemy tribes into your south can cut off the water supply to Egypt, theoretically. So now we're in Sudan. Kitchener advanced carefully and cautiously to the south, coming down, and established a series of fortified positions along the river itself. At Omdurman, the British force was attacked by a massive army of some 50,000 dervish cavalrymen. You can see here, there's the Nile back here, and the British have formed a kind of fortified position along the Nile. Bramble bushes and trenches kind of setting in as their front. By the way, by now, British forces in Africa were wearing khaki. So the redcoats is a misconstrual of exactly the way that the Battle of Omdurman looked, but there it is. Well, you know, what you see in the paper is often, at the time, is often a kind of fanciful version of the way the battle actually played. Massive force of 50,000 dervishes charging. Now this was a hard things to come. I know that's a tiresome phrase. Historians are always finding things that are a harbinger of things to come, but the Battle of Omdurman is definitely one. Things to come in the 20th century. We're still in 1898. Dervish horsemen charged the British lines over and over again, only to be shot to pieces, massacred by British artillery and early versions of the machine gun, the British Max, the famous Maxim gun. The slaughter was tremendous, and nowhere did the dervishes even get close to the British line. There's some descriptions that a party of dervishes managed to work their way as close as 50 meters, but no one closer than that. Well, Churchill was here as well. He was everywhere in this period. Churchill was at Omdurman as a war correspondent. And what he saw at Omdurman enthralled, and I would also argue haunted him for the rest of his life. Riding out ahead in the morning to scout the lines, the morning of the battle, Churchill came up over a ridge, it's very dramatic, you come up over a ridge, and then spied the entire dervish army lined up for action. 50,000 enemy horsemen, brilliantly arrayed for battle, a line that stretched 4 miles long. It's horizon to horizon, as far as you can see from one corner of your vision to the next. Enemy forces ready to ride to the attack. It's magnificent. It's a magnificent sight. Anyone who's ever seen it will have seen the entire enemy army drawn up for battle. It's one of the lures of battle that keep human beings fighting wars, I would say. There's a certain magnificence to the vision. But those 50,000 dervish horsemen were no match for Western technology. In the course of one mad charge after the other, they suffered perhaps 10,000 dead in a single morning, with another 10,000 wounded and perhaps 5,000 captured. The force was destroyed, in other words, before lunch. The entire dervish force was destroyed in about the period of time we're going to be spending together at this symposium. The British suffered 47 dead. The dervishes have a handful of antiquated artillery pieces, and they do a minor amount of damage. 47 to 10,000. Now, this was human carnage on an epic scale. It was nothing like Churchill had seen at Malacan, nothing like what the small skirmishes he'd taken part in Cuba. And he was appalled. Late in the day, he walked the battlefield amid the heaps of dervish dead and dying. And out of that horrible experience, came some very beautiful prose. Published as part of his next book, an equally successful volume known as The River War, the river in this case, of course, being the Nile. And again, a brief passage from the River War. I have tried to gild war. And you put a bow on it and ribbon and try to make it look nice. I have tried to gild war with gold plating, and to solace myself for the loss of dear and gallant friends, with the thought that a soldier's death for a cause that he believes in will count for much whatever may be beyond this world. Who knows? But it's got to count for something, a noble death. There was nothing dulce et decorum about the dervish dead. He's an educated man now. He's largely an autodidact, quoting the Roman poet Horace, dulce et decorum est pro patria mori. It's a sweet and fitting thing to die for your country. There was nothing sweet and fitting, he wrote the Latin here, nothing dulce et decorum about the dervish dead. Nothing of the dignity of unconquerable manhood. All was filthy corruption. He notes in the writing the way the human body twists and contorts when it's shot and then dies under the desert sun. All was filthy corruption. Yet these were as brave men as ever walked the earth. He's talking about the enemy now. The conviction was borne in on me that their claim beyond the grave in respect of a valiant death was not less good than that which any of our countrymen could make. It was just as good as the British, just as brave as we were. It was technology which was the impact. Churchill at Omdurman will also take part in a brisk little action later in the day with the 21st Lancers, another cavalry regiment. Some of the dervishes are trying to escape, retreat right away, and a British cavalry force rides out ahead and charges them. So he's actually part of a cavalry charge, the famous charge of the 21st Lancers. That's the passage in the River War on Omdurman that often gets quoted. But this is not. And I would argue that as we go forward in Churchill's life, it was that the notion that some decision he made in World War II could lead to tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of unnecessary deaths is something that haunted him. We talk about his experience in World War I, which is crucial, but I think maybe the formative years were even a little bit earlier than that. Cuba, Afghanistan, the Sudan. Finally, Churchill took part in one last great war in this period. The war in South Africa against the Boers, descendants of the Dutch settlers of the region who had arrived at the Cape in the 1650s, a long time ago. In the late 19th century, diamonds are discovered in South Africa on the farm of an old Dutch Boer, a Dutch farmer by the name of De Beer. We have De Beer's diamond. Diamonds are forever. 10 years later, huge deposits of gold discovered in South Africa. And suddenly South Africa has become sort of central to any sense of any notion of global strategy. So the British are fighting a war against these Dutch settlers in South Africa. The point is the British want to overtake and conquer the entire South African territory. Now, the Boers were a formidable adversary. Boer in Dutch means farmer. So you might say the British were fighting the Boer War. They're fighting a war against a bunch of farmers. But those farmers have lived in this country for centuries. They knew every nook and cranny of it. They were skilled horsemen, and they were extremely skilled with the rifle. They were crack shots. You have to be to survive on the South African veldt. A Boer could hit a squirrel at 100 paces and maybe more than that. A Mauser rifle, as you see here, sighted out to 800 or 1,000 yards. Most of South Africa is a completely flat plain. You can hit a target at 800 yards. You're a formidable adversary indeed. And there's a good look at some of the enemy the British were fighting in South Africa. If you look at them, there's something of the Wild West in the American context, something of the desperado on the Wild West. Ammunition, bandoliers, slouch hats, floppy jackets, and the whole bit. They're sort of dressed up in their Sunday best here, but it could get even more variant than that. The early battles of the Boer War saw the British Army shot to pieces, very similar to what had happened to the dervishes at Omdurman, although the scale of the battles were never quite that big. And that's an interesting military problem all by itself. But Churchill's experience of the Boer War had little of that, little of big battle. Sent to South Africa, once again, as a correspondent, he was riding in a British armored train, the only way the British could control this vast tracts of the South African territory. South Africa is roughly as big as France and Spain combined. The British have 30,000 men in that whole gigantic territory. So you patrol it through the use of trains, armored trains with guns and armor, riding back and forth between the stations. And he's riding on an armored train. And the Boers ambush it. And you can probably predict how this goes. There's a very narrow gorge. The train comes around a corner. There's a gigantic boulder on the tracks. And suddenly there's rifle fire coming down from all directions as the Boer marksmen in the hills, in the mountains on either side. Winston grabbed a rifle and fought bravely, as everyone in that armored train did. He even went out and under fire helped dislodge the obstruction, the big boulder in front, so that some of the train could escape. One of the cars and several of the wounded men on the train. So some escaped, but not Winston Churchill. He was taken prisoner. He wrote this up too, because he wrote everything up that he did in his life in the interest of his own career and in the interest of history as well. From London, you know that town, to Ladysmith, which is in South Africa, via Pretoria, which is another city in South Africa. From London to Ladysmith via Pretoria. And here is the episode, once again, as he tells it. I jumped onto the line in order to collect the men as they arrived and found myself alone in a shallow cutting and none of our soldiers. They had all surrendered. I couldn't see them anywhere. Then suddenly there appeared on the line at the end of the cutting 2 men not in uniform. Plate layers, I said to myself, railroad workers. And then with a surge of realization, bowers. My mind retains a momentary impression of these tall figures of animated movement, clad in dark flapping clothes with slouched storm-driven hats, poising on their rifles hardly 100 yards away. I turned and ran between the rails of the track. And the only thought I achieved was this. Here's the 2 words running through Winston Churchill's mind at this moment. Boer marksmanship. He's 100 yards away from 2 of the finest marksmen on the planet. 2 bullets passed, both within a foot, 1 on either side. Now, you understand, that's not by accident. 1 on either side. I flung myself against the banks of the cutting, but they gave no cover. Another glance at the figures. 1 was now kneeling to aim. Again, I darted forward. Movement seemed the only chance. Again, 2 soft kisses sucked in the air. Death stood before me. Grim, sullen death. Without his light-hearted companion, chance. Suddenly realized when you're all out of chances. So I held up my hand. Winston Churchill surrendering to the Boers. He says, then I was herded with the other prisoners in a miserable group. And about the same time I noticed that my hand was bleeding. So, shoo, shoo, shoo. And then a 5th shot, which had apparently grazed his hand. They were bracketing Winston as he tried to run away. And it began to pour with rain. That's his last memory of this affair. Marched off to prison in the Boer capital of Pretoria, he understands for the first time the miserable plight of the prisoner of war. Once again, from Winston's own words. The position of a prisoner of war is painful and humiliating. A man tries his best to kill another, and finding that he cannot succeed, asks his enemy for mercy. All military pride, all independence of spirit must be put aside. Favors must be accepted from those with whom we have a long and bitter quarrel, from those who feel fiercely that we seek to do them cruel injustice. The dog who has been whipped must be thankful for the bone that is flung to him. There's a reason that the Geneva Convention outlaws taking photographs of prisoners of war. It's a human being at his or her most miserable. It's it. I'm toast. I will never see my family. I will never see my home. I'll never see my wife, loved ones again. That's what every prisoner of war is thinking in that moment. And undoubtedly, that's what Winston was thinking. Now, Churchill being Churchill, this will never do. Within a week of his captivity, he notices the patterns of the sentries who keep watch. The Boers kind of come and go. They're not really an army, so they don't really have ranks, and then people just kind of shift on and off in guarding the prisoner camps. He notices the patterns of the sentries who keep watch. One night, they're preoccupied, talking to one another. He hops over the wall, tumbles into a garden waiting below, and escapes. The rest of the book describes a nearly impossible set of scrapes, of close calls, of near captures, as Churchill hikes cross-country from Pretoria, South Africa, to the port of Lourenço Marques in the Portuguese colony of Mozambique. It's a trek across much of southern Africa. He boards a steamer, and soon he is back in British South Africa at the Cape. The entire process, so count it up, ambush, capture, captivity, escape, has taken him a little over a month. One of the great war stories of the 20th century. There's a war story that I think cements Winston Churchill's legendary reputation. It's the armored train, it's the captivity in Pretoria, and then of course it's this fascinating escape. Now, this is where we will stop. Not with Winston's entire adult career, although we'll have time for questions and we can answer any question you may have. But the formative military experiences of his youth. And they were very broad indeed. Just a recap: insurrection in Cuba, mountain warfare against the fierce tribes of Afghanistan, a great slaughter battle in Africa, brave men being chewed up by machines in the Sudan. And finally, in South Africa, the human equation. Gut-wrenching fear of death as a Boer rifleman coolly takes aim at him at point-blank range. The utter helplessness of being captured and marched off into captivity. A mortal man caught up in circumstances beyond his control. And yet, the determination never to give in, never to cry, uncle, and the escape. Much later, in 1940, we can hear echoes of Winston's South African experience. "We will never surrender," he declared, just when things looked bleakest and London stood under the shadow of the swastika. Let's go back to that early quote from Harrow: "Someday I'll be in a great position and I will rescue the British Empire from destruction." You know, Wordsworth was right. The child is father of the man. And in Winston Churchill's case, some child, some man. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you to both Richard and Rob. We're going to have some moments for Q&A, so please raise your hand. You'll see me running up and down the stairs. Richard and Rob will be at the podium and share this microphone or the podium microphone, whichever you prefer. So please raise your hand, and we'll do about 10 minutes of Q&A.
Come on, gang.
We'll go to Lee Pollock here, all the way opposite.
Richard, this is a question for you. I know that historians don't like to do what-if or counterfactual histories, but in looking at the development of German history from Bismarck's time and then through to the 1930s, do you think that there was or could have been an alternative way for Germany? One of the things I'm always fascinated about is Emperor Frederick dying after 3 months and his son, his headstrong son, succeeding him. If he had lived or if Bismarck had stayed on longer, was there an alternative, and I think it's a German expression for it, an alternative way for Germany into the 20th century that might not have led to 2 world wars and all the carnage?
Well, that's a great question. We actually do deal in what-ifs in a certain sense, because we always have to think of, what happened and what could have happened. Certainly, there was nothing inevitable about Hitler. There was nothing inevitable about the Third Reich. Of course, the Frederick III, I mentioned sort of this, he was the father of Wilhelm II and was always seen to be this sort of liberal alternative. And the idea being, had he lived, instead of dying after only 3 months, that Germany might have followed a more liberal path. I think that's also more myth. There's a recent biography of him that came out that cast doubt on the degree of his liberalism and whether he would have been able to do much in that regard. But even without that, and Bismarck, of course, couldn't live forever anyway. He was an old man when he passed. Germany in the 1920s was a democracy, and there were many people who supported that democracy. But there was also a very strong component in policy that was very much invested in this kind of irrational politics that I was describing from before the First World War, that only intensified in those crisis years. And they saw that democracy as being fundamentally un-German, as being fundamentally foreign, and that had to be destroyed. And they used that Bismarck image in part to help that along. But they got help in that from things that were beyond their control, the economic crises that occurred, the second one at the end of the 1920s, and decisions that were made by the people who put Hitler in power. Again, he was not elected chancellor. He was placed in power not because the people who appointed him or maneuvered him in thought he was the next Bismarck, but that they could use him. And those were decisions, again, that were not necessary. But again, they were very much inspired by those ideas of leadership, that they were the natural leaders. So Yeah, when I talk about Bismarck to Hitler, it's not a natural and it's not an automatic progression from one to the other. It's in many respects a created one, right? It's an imagined one that takes place over these decades, and circumstances also allow that then to become real.
In the front row here.
Was there any element of anti-Semitism in Bismarck's character, or indeed his political movement?
Well, that's a great question. The issue of anti-Semitism, obviously, if you're thinking about Bismarck and Hitler, you think there should be some. I mean, Bismarck was an anti-Semite in the sense that everyone of his social class pretty much was. Not really a racial anti-Semite. They saw Jews as social climbers, as nouveau riche, as, of course, not Christian. But not in the kind of conspiratorial and, again, sort of biological threat that develops over time. And just like with any kind of creation of a myth, again, Bismarck was alive long enough and he had a long enough career that, of course, he said things about Jews that you could use and say, yeah, Bismarck, of course, didn't like Jews either. But Hitler, in fact, aside from all the things that he did borrow from Bismarck, or at least shape into his own, he said essentially that Bismarck, as he put it, really knew nothing about the Jewish question. That's for me to take care of. But certainly the Bismarckians in the cult, for the most part, increasingly were of that kind of radical anti-Semitic persuasion. So it got sort of added on to it, but not so much because of what he ever did himself.
I don't mind taking the stairs, so if anybody in the back has questions, please.
Give Jeremy some exercise.
I could use it, actually. We'll go to your right, gentlemen. Second row up the stairs, please.
What about a more personal question about? What about a personal question about Churchill's life? I read a few years ago about a pet that he owned named Charlie. Do you know anything about that?
That is an easy one. Am I on? Yeah. No. I could do 30 seconds and it would still come out. No. I don't. I'm sorry. But I bet people in the room do. Anyone know about Charlie, the pet?
What kind of pet?
Well, one of the aspects, sir, is that Dr. Huxon will get into his life at Chartwell. But I think between Lee Pollock, Ted Martin, Herschel Abbott, many of our Churchillians in the audience, when we get to a break, I can point them out to you. But I know that Keith is going to talk a little bit about his animal friends a little bit at the Chartwell. Next question up to the right, about halfway up.
I don't actually have a question. I have students that are enamored of Churchill, and I've ordered all sorts of books, and they've covered all of them except for the one I've not yet unboxed from Amazon, and it is about Charlie. So I'll read that book and give all of the more fun, petty anecdotes that you want. I'll give you our private school's phone number.
Forging to the very cutting edge of Churchill scholarship right now. I'm glad. Book just about to be released. That's fantastic.
We'll be back next week for
That's right.
another program, and she can present. Oh,
Jeremy,
I thought you had the question. Excuse me. All the way in the back to the right, please, gentlemen.
Don't you think young Winston looks like Joe Burrow?
I graduated from the Ohio State University. We gave you Joe Burrow. I just want to say that for the record.
All the way in the back to the center, please.
As we all know, Hitler was a total racist. Do you all believe that the racism of Hitler affected the dynamics of the war to the extent that Germany may not have done a more brutal attack on England, even at Dunkirk, because, of course, the Germans were Anglo-Saxons, they were Teutonic people, Hitler was of Teutonic descent somewhat. Do you think that affected the dynamics and tempo of the war?
Richard, you can start with that. I'll chip in when you're done.
Okay. Race was at the heart of Hitler's ideology, of his worldview in its entirety, and it certainly shaped the entire purpose of the war, really. All of the choices he made in terms of who he was going to attack when and where. There certainly was a difference in treatment of soldiers on the Western Front than there was in the East. The biggest example of that is the mortality rate of Soviet POWs, Soviets captured by the Germans, of over 5 million Soviet POWs, Soviet soldiers captured. Over 3 million died in captivity. It was a 57% mortality rate. The mortality rate of British and American soldiers captured by the Germans was about 3%. So yes, there was a racial hierarchy in that sense, and they were treated differently. I don't think it would have affected the nature of the fight, right? In that they had to be defeated, and I think that was more a function of from my understanding. Again, I'm not a military historian, but Goering's influence in getting Hitler to allow the Air Force to try to destroy that force rather than sending in the army. But had they gotten there, they would have captured them. They would not have necessarily massacred them the way that they did with Soviet soldiers.
Yeah, I'll toss in one thing. I studied the Wehrmacht for a living in World War II. It's one, so I read the sources as much as I can. This notion that Hitler wanted to spare common Anglo-Saxon blood, it's plausible based on Hitler's own racial ideology. There's no doubt about it. But what there is not is a document where he actually says so. So there's a lot of reasons that the German army doesn't roll onto the beaches of Dunkirk or the German military prosecute the war more effectively against Britain. There's a lot of reasons. And this is a plausible one. I think it is. It's just there's no real documentary evidence for it. So historians always have to treat that with a little bit of caution.
And with that dual answer, I'm going to cut Q&A so we can get to our first break. As the program says, we'll begin at 10, but let's bump it 5 minutes to make sure everybody gets that first break and all the important things that need to be done. And speaking of importance, let's give a round of applause for Dr. Richard Frankel and Dr. Rob Citino for a great start. We'll see you back at 10:05. Thank you.
That was very interesting. Thank you. I'm the director of Chartwell.
The assistant dean for college. Yes, and I'm
German. I think I remember reading some reviews about this book.
I wrote one.
Oh, well, there you go. Okay. Is that?
I'd be happy to.
Yeah, just a couple of years ago.
Right now, the paper is more or less
So the gist of it is not great liberal.
Right. I mean, there was some elements of it, and some of it was more mythologizing after. And at the time, enemies won this one, portraying him.
Good luck to you as you dissertate.
okay.
I know it's fun. I know.
It's an interesting element. Yeah.
I enjoy it.
I appreciate it.
That's part of it.
What are you writing about these days?
Working on anti-Semitism in Germany.
I looked up your bio on you. There's a segment about the Dearborn Independent.
Yes. And the Nazi newspaper.
Yeah. Good. It's my first visit to Lafayette.
Yeah, if you stay, I mean, follow me on the website, so you can tell me, I can send you some stuff that I've written.
I'll send you emails. It's something I've read. My father grew up in Germany back when he was a young man in the late 1930s, so I have a whole emotional connection to it.
Went straight to the United States? Or?
Actually, no, he went to London for 2 years and then and then he came to Canada.
Thank you, Dale. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. We have authorities on us, trying not to make eye contact.
Background.
good.
Good, appreciate it, thank you.
When I always strive, when I get that, I like it.
Years ago, there was a private club in Providence that was doing office space, but it was.
Turn down your hearing aid? I know I like
Everything. So in the entry to this pub, they had.
Oh, good. I appreciate that. You're a great friend, and I love when I'm speaking to a group, I love having friends in the audience. That's why
Where the Bismarck was in White House.
I figure if I said anything stupid, I'd just look up at you. You give me a sympathetic look. Wasn't a coincidence like there you go.
But and I always thought the club was closed probably 20 years ago.
What a gift, man. Gift that keeps giving.
So that we can,
I have no idea what happened.
Jeremy, I wonder if this could
It was actually applied directly to Walton. I always sort of.
And last year,
Let me just ask AOC Film Science.
see it's fair play, but no.
It's all interesting. And there's have you seen this new most recent of it, internal number of biographies by Brendan Sanders?
No, but I've heard of
I've read parts of it and I've read parts of the reviews.
No, I got you. Yeah, whatever it costs, I have no idea.
It's been a
Right. There will never be an end to biographies about Hitler or Churchill.
That's right. That's right. Every generation its own.
You reinterpret it. And,
Bismarck too.
exactly. I have a minor collection of historical documents. I have two things. One is a signed, I think from Cox Communications. One is a signed photograph of the Kaiser at Durham, like in 1940 or 35 or something like that. Sort of kind of thing like Durham gentleman.
Right.
And then I also have a handwritten telegram in his handwriting from the late 1890s, where he's sending to his grandmother, Victoria, and it's written in English, of course. There's a handwritten note, a couple of sentences,
And then-
sending her beautiful quilts as a gift for
Let me take
the cows, etc. So it's sort of an important historical significance.
so I guess.
His English was perfect, of course.
Oh no.
There's a, I don't know how much you follow good politics, the sort of guru of Boris Johnson, who designed the Leave campaign and then ran the Conservative Party campaign, is a great, he's Mark, that's one of the influences, he's a quirky, odd man. He really, as much as anyone else, was responsible to win the election, and so do you want that? I'll send you a link or something.
Yes.
Do you want house lights like they were for Richard and Rob?
So that was nice because I've enough. Churchill lost me 10 lifetimes. Some of the stuff is interesting. There have been
This is all.
written about
As far as
Yeah, this is as bright as it would.
our magazine, Finest Hour, which is on our website, WinstonChurchill.org. Well, no more just
okay.
I don't think there's a light on
The answer is nothing. So you want your house lights on, so you're able to read.
Yeah,
when
I think
Allison's
so.
done,
Actually,
And I'll tell somebody out there who's looking.
There's some, you've probably seen this, a couple of photographs in 1910.
Okay, great.
Well, him and the Kaiser in Germany.
So after
watching
Allison,
German field maneuvers. French war.
and you pull the house back up.
Okay, I'll be in touch.
Man,
A question, I probably shouldn't say it out loud, but
keep it dark for the first one.
struck me that Germany
And
consolidated
keep.
relatively
And at the
late
next break,
compared to other
the
European.
keynote speaker, David Reynolds, is going to
I wonder if that
present here
gave
so
them
he
a
can see
sense
the
of
screen.
national
So I'm
fear
Yeah.
worried because he's a soft
caused their ultra-nationalism.
Is that as elevated as it can go?
yeah, these are all the way up.
I mean, physically, is it
Oh,
as
no, no.
elevated? Okay, I didn't want to break.
He's
the stand.
tall. He's
Yes,
taller.
about my height, maybe even a little taller, right?
much.
Oh, okay, was it? It's,
And, yeah, I think that's practicing.
I thought it came up taller.
Can I see what it's like over there with the house lights down?
Able to wake up. So, yes, I think that's, you can see that in some of the
Although-
their characters, their own things.
I might have missed it.
Thank you very much.
Was that national character? Or did France have that earlier there identity?
Well, I mean, you could argue that, you know, what's really sort of a modern national.
what's your thought?
You could probably fit
In France,
you want. I think
it wasn't really modern France.
they see better, but
And so, this ideology of nationalism is new. British nationalists and French nationalists and German nationalists were working around the same time. It just, the French could say, we had a state for centuries, even though it wasn't really modern. So yeah, you had radical nationalists in France, you had radical nationalists in Britain, and you might say that gave them a sense of entitlement because they thought that they would get around the government.
We're going to put you right here.
Before these demands to make these demands. But no, you had similar strains of, you know, racial nationalism and so forth in those countries as well. And again, it's because of the role that the Germans played in the two world wars that they get part of the certain era.
She's leaving at the end as well.
That's just part of sort of national.
She doesn't have a meeting.
Even the Germans will say, even though we didn't have a state,
Are on the same height.
I think they're about the same. I appreciate it. We'll just go with this, and I'll
So
because I didn't do it on
it's a lot of
Wednesday.
it's a lot of mythmaking, it's a lot of storytelling to justify it. I sure
Like,
No, I didn't see him at breakfast. I think he's sleeping.
certainly that sense of being around the scene.
Maybe I should put my where they don't jingle around and we're not leaving. I'm sorry, Ted? Well, Ted was standing on the They may be referring to Ted Martin, which has been confusing me this morning, too. But I haven't seen Douglas.
Morning, Herschel.
And you want yours, where do you want your mic? Do you want it here so that you're sort of facing and looking? And,
I think I'm quite happy with this. So yeah, then I can see
that way
these.
you're
Yeah.
sort of facing toward
Yeah. No, I'm happy with that. So.
If this breaks, she's going to come back down.
Well, I think I'm fine. So. No, I just.
I don't.
Oh, God. He's the sorry.
That's what people are doing.
Sort of a bibliography or a well, I'm unfortunately, I'm pretty sure both of their answers would be Amazon. Or, what's the other one? book, books. Yeah. Well, we've got all of Rob's shorts at Arden. You can give me a call. I'll give you my card. And okay. Oh yeah. Lee Shear. Yeah. Lee and Karen are. Is it Lee or Leo? Leo. Yeah. They still show up, and it's always great to see Karen, Hal, and Rita, are dear friends of mine in the museums. But yeah, so she knows how to get in touch. Oh, I have a Understood. And that leaves I just when I read it. Ladies and gentlemen, as you make your way back to your seats, I'd also like to remind you to please find your cell phones again and make sure they're silenced, and we'll begin in just a few short moments.
Good morning session. It was fun. The bathrooms jam-packed. People out here. Maybe.
It's in-depth research.
Oh, really? Okay.
I know a lot of churches dogs and cats, but the birds I don't care as much about. So there you go. Birds.
Need Allison here so we can get started. No, we're going to keep the lights like this for Allison's request for her presentation. Then Tatum will raise them high. Forward, backward, as we went over. That's the laser pointer, that's the death, button of death.
Button of death, indeed.
And I'm going to get us started. You have a bottle of water here. If you could, like we just did with Richard and Rob, I'll come up and hand one of you this microphone. The other can do it here. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. If I could ask those of you standing to please find your seats, and you're going to get really tired of hearing this by 12:30 today, but please also find your cell phones. We all know how distracting they can be, and especially if somebody's giving a presentation up here. So we heard from Richard Frankel and Rob this morning on Churchill in conflict, those who he would face, and the man that developed into the old man, the Winston we all know and love from the 1940 to 1945 period. Now we're going to delve into Winston in culture. A brief aside here, when reaching out to the University of Louisiana here, Richard was an obvious choice because of his background and his research and writing. But we also knew we wanted to get into the art history side, and Dr. Allison Lee was not so much of an obvious choice. She's an art historian focusing on Russian and European art from the 18th century to the mid-20th century. And we were thinking, let's have someone talk about Winston the artist, because that's what the exhibit talks about over at the Hilliard Art Museum. And Allison said, well, that's really not my realm. I look at European and Russian. But I've actually been looking in Winston in portraits. So Winston in art, not Winston the artist. So she is to be commended for coming up with that idea. After Allison, we'll be joined by my friend, my colleague, Dr. Keith Huxon, who's the Senior Director of Research and History at the World War II Museum. Quick show of hands, who's been to the World War II Museum? That's wonderful, thank you. Who's been to the Hilliard Art Museum? Great, great. Anybody that's been to the museum since 2013 and walked through our exhibits and learned something? All of them since 2013. The person, the historian who is most singularly responsible for the content and the design that you see on those walls is Dr. Keith Huxon, who was our longest serving staff historian before he was joined by Rob Citino. Of course, we were founded by two historians, Dr. Stephen Ambrose and his best friend, Dr. Nick Mueller, who led us for 17 years as president and CEO. Nick is a history PhD, but wasn't really allowed to be a historian when he was running the shop. And so Keith is the guy that really put his heart and soul and a lot of physicality into it, because that can beat a man down. But next time you go through it, think of Keith. And now let's look at Winston in art and Churchill at Chartwell. Dr. Allison Lee.
Well, I want to do just a couple of things here, too. First, to Jeremy for that lovely introduction. Guilty as charged that I had a very specific mission with this talk today. I knew what I wanted to do. I had been wanting to do research on this topic for a long time, but it was totally outside of my wheelhouse, so this was the perfect excuse to dig into this, and I hope you enjoy what I put together today. I want to thank also Luann, of course. She just stepped away, I think, or maybe she's somewhere else, for recommending me for this in the first place, and for the colleagues of mine that are here. It means a lot to me that you showed up, and to Mr. Hilliard, who I'm thrilled to give a talk right in front of in this way, no pressure or anything right here. So, I want to begin today's lecture by trying to describe to you a portrait of 1954.
The painting was a gift to Churchill from both houses of Parliament, but the statesman was infamously unhappy with the portrait, and we now know that within a year of receiving it at Chartwell, his wife had it destroyed. This story may be familiar to some of you. The scandal surrounding the portrait, which was painted by Graham Sutherland, has been discussed in numerous articles, books, and was even recently dramatized on the hit Netflix show The Crown. The preeminent English historian, Simon Drama, also discussed the painting briefly but powerfully in his BBC documentary series, The Face of Britain. In the first episode from 2015, he shows the precious soul transparency reproduction we have of the painting. It is one of the few surviving records of the work, though it has discolored, as you can see, and faded quite a bit with age. Nevertheless, it gives some hint of what the original painting looked like. In it, Churchill faced off with the viewer, looking intensely out from what was once the frame. It's hard to imagine how powerful and penetrating that gaze once was. The whole thing looks very much as though it was painted quite thinly. Indeed, it's partly an effect that's stemming from the fact that the statesman's legs dissolve into nothingness below the calf. This is actually not an effect of the transparency, which some thought for a good number of years. In the one other photograph I've been able to find of the painting, which you can see now on the right, it is clear that Churchill's pant legs simply dissolve into evanescence around the ankle. This was also not an unusual trope for the painter. I know this is a rather poor reproduction, and I apologize for it, but you can see Sutherland did something similar in the portrait he was painting of Edward Sackville West in the exact same year. So this is a good indication of what the other looks like, or looked like. The fascinating juxtaposition between bodies that are so utterly present, but also somehow problematic and vanishing, can be seen too in surviving photographs we have, luckily, of the painter with the portrait of Churchill still in progress. It becomes clear from these documentary images that it was the statesman's face and head that gave Sutherland the most trouble. He painted and repainted this area of the canvas, as we shall see numerous times. Am I not close enough on the microphone? What are you indicating? Something? Can you not hear me okay? No, I'm all right. Okay, sorry, I thought someone was indicating. Gesturing to somebody in the... Oh, gesturing over here. Do you want to come in? Come on in. I feel like a total professor right now. Please, the more the merrier. There are seats here. There are seats, and you'll be able to see the screen. I am okay on the microphone, though, for everyone? Okay. Yet, while the facial expression, as you can see, remained unresolved, the body and its position was fairly fixed early on. Sutherland was intent on painting the leader seated, and he used a rather square-shaped canvas, a kind of odd one actually, because it helped support that composition. In an interview he gave soon after the painting was revealed, he described this choice, quote, "I wanted to paint him with a kind of four-square look, Churchill as a rock," end quote. Now, we know that the Prime Minister sat for the painter numerous times after he initially received the commission on the 14th of July in 1954. The painting was to be presented to Churchill on the occasion of his 80th birthday on the 30th of November. So that gave Sutherland, and really think about this, just over 4.5 months to paint a full-length portrait that was to have a considerably public life. He was, as one might imagine, daunted by the task. He wrote a few weeks after first accepting the commission, quote, "It won't be an easy thing at all, especially in the very short time they are allowing me," end quote. Now, you might be beginning to wonder, why was this commission given to Sutherland in the first place? According to the art historian Jonathan Black, Sutherland was in fact not the first choice. It seems the gift committee originally discussed the established portraitist Sir Herbert James Gunn, who had recently painted, look at this thing, a well-received portrait of the royal family. Very staid, very traditional, very beautiful. But a portrait by Gunn would have been expensive, and Sutherland had become recently fashionable after painting, look how different these are, prominent portraits of several notable Englishmen of the time. In addition, Sutherland was oddly not primarily a portraitist. He had initially established a name for himself as a still life painter and as a landscapist. I'm showing you now some of Sutherland's early works, which Churchill pronounced mysterious and sinister, that's very telling, but also claimed to be impressed by. Churchill's wife, Clementine, was also apparently impressed by Sutherland both as an artist and as a man. She wrote to her daughter Mary in late August of 1954 that she could hardly believe that the, quote, savage and cruel designs which he made came from his brush. After 3 sittings, she declared her husband was also very much struck by the power of his drawing, and I'm going to show you some in a few moments. The sittings had begun on the 26th of August, and I'm showing you now again and telling you what they are, some later photographs which were taken during one of the last sessions that Graham had with the Prime Minister. Churchill had suggested that Sutherland paint him in his own studio, which is where these were taken at Chartwell. According to Churchill, it was an ideal location for the sittings because there was a movable platform where he could put his chair, and he claimed that the painter Oswald Burley had found it very convenient to paint him there in 1946. What Sutherland produced in that same studio, however, was to be a very different painting. The sittings were, according to later accounts, rife with tension, and this is what the Crown made such a sort of great dramatization of. From the beginning, Churchill had asked the painter flat out, and it's become kind of a famous quote, "How are you going to paint me, as a cherub or the bulldog?" Sutherland made it clear which he got in a later letter, claiming that from the very beginning, quote, "He showed me the bulldog. And for better or worse, I am the kind of painter who is governed entirely by what he sees," end quote. Tensions only heightened when the artist was forced to carefully inform his sitter that he would not be showing him the day-to-day progress. Churchill immediately protested, I love this quote too, quote, "Don't forget, I'm a fellow artist," end quote. This forced Sutherland to relinquish a bit, and he began showing him some drawings, but not others. Very smart. But even this tactic proved ineffective. According to Jonathan Black, Churchill would look at a drawing one day and declare, quote, "This is going to be by far the best portrait I've ever had done, by far," end quote. But then the next day he would look at the exact same drawing and say, "Oh, this won't do at all. I haven't got a neckline like that. You must take an inch off," end quote. The studies which resulted from these difficult sittings are astounding, though. Churchill is, in some of the renderings, that impassible bulldog, all furrowed brow and intense absorption. But he is, at the very same time, obviously tired, and flashes of sadness, even resignation, are evident behind the irascible veneer. This is a man who has been worn down by time. Simon Schama called the final portrait an obituary in paint. But Sutherland seems interested in more than this, to me at least. He was carefully studying the man's hands, the way he held his cigar, the manner in which he clutched at the arms of the chair, the way his sleeve interacted with his wrist. Out of all this, the overall composition of the painting began to form. But already you can see, or you can sense, the difficulties Sutherland was having with Winston's face. whereas the details of the suit have been handled with a real firm surety, and pencil marks in those areas have been put down with little fuss and even less correction. Churchill's face and overall head have been smudged and altered and erased as the artist indicated colors for certain areas, but then tried to obliterate them. This process is echoed in the oil studies the artist made in the same weeks. One, on the left, held in the collection of the National Portrait Gallery in London, shows Sutherland's notes to himself regarding the barrage of colors he saw comprising the old man's face. You can still make out his notations: blue high on the forehead, various sections of white along the temple and in the hair, red under the eye, on the cheek, and in that sort of wonderful groove next to the earlobe. Other oil studies showed this storm of color as it became more fully realized. Churchill is, in this dark portrait sketch on the left, caught in a moment of perceptive absence. He's consumed by his own thoughts and seems hardly aware of the presence of the painter as he almost merges with the space around him. All of these studies give us some sense of what the original painting must have looked like. Yet one in particular, I think, strikes me as what we should look at if we really want to understand something of the tragic power that was contained in that original canvas. It, too, is in the collection of the National Portrait Gallery, and I was lucky enough to see it in London and take some photographs for you just a few weeks ago when I was there on just a totally unrelated research trip, so I was very lucky. As you can see from my pictures in this gallery, it's not a very large painting. It's right there on the wall. But I can tell you that as you approach it, it's striking how much it holds its own on the wall with all the unfinished works around it. Even as a sketch, there's an intensity to the gaze of the man portrayed within it that is positively gripping. I also hope these photographs are conveying just how complicated the colors and textures and line work in the piece must have been in its original. Sutherland is mapping Churchill's face here, hence all the diagrammatic grid lines, but he's also making a plan of attack. He's trying to break his subject down into manageable pieces, pieces that can be reconstructed into a whole that is more than any simple binary of cherub versus bulldog. He's trying to make Winston a manageable subject for portrayal here, I think, which of course he's not. He's never going to be from any intellectual standpoint. Churchill is a giant. He was a force immeasurable. He is history, he is Britain, but he is also an old man. And it strikes me that this must have been what the portrait captured. If we imagine that this torrent of color was the face that sat atop that great rock of a man in the final portrait, it becomes clearer why the man depicted hated it so much. At the same time, though, I don't think this entirely explains it. And I don't want to fall into the trap of thinking that Churchill's distaste for the portrait was a simple matter of him not liking how he looked, though I do think he didn't like how he looked, and that was probably part of it. Of the scholars who have worked on the painting, most put forward one of two reasons for its overall failure. The first follows easily from what I was just saying and has it that Churchill disliked the work because he saw it as an attempt to diminish his standing in the Commons and to hasten his retirement. The other follows from what the statesman said, if I go back, at that ceremony where the painting was first revealed. Churchill famously declared that, quote, "The portrait is a striking example of modern art." And just like you're laughing, this retort drew a great amount of laughter from the audience that was there that day. But this would make it seem that the minister had something against modern styles of art making, that he was against the flattening of the pictorial field or the abstracting of familiar forms. But if one examines what Churchill said in that speech immediately after this infamous jab at modernism, I think you can start to see that this actually wasn't really the case. For just after he declared that the portrait is a striking example of modern art, he continued by stating that, quote, "It certainly combines force and candor. These are qualities which no active member of either house can do without or should fear to meet," end quote. Churchill associated modern art, and by implication Sutherland's portrait, with these qualities, force and candor, made me think again, really truly made me think again about the real question in all of this, I think. What was it that Churchill so disliked about this painting? I'd like to spend the time that I have left today trying to answer that question by turning to what the statesman himself said, and it's already been pointed out, this text. For we're lucky to have this little gem of an essay on painting, which was written by Churchill in 1921. Now, if you haven't read it, I highly recommend it. Being a professor again here, I can't help it. There's actually a copy of it in the collection of the library right here at UL. So everyone, 2 copies, rush over and grab it before Ben and I take the copies back out again. And it's not a difficult read, but it's packed with insights into what painting was and what it meant for Churchill. One of the first things that struck me in the text was his declaration that, quote, "Painting a picture is like fighting a battle." Now, I've known a great many painters. There are some that I respect quite a bit in this audience today. And I would say many of them would agree with this statement, that painting a picture is like a battle. But I don't think most would take this simile and push it quite as far as Churchill does. For he continues right after this, quote, "In all battles, 2 things are usually required of the commander-in-chief: to make a good plan for his army, and secondly, to keep in reserve. Both these are also obligatory upon the painter," end quote. He goes on to explain that the painter, like the great battle commander, must make a plan by first conducting, quote, "reconnaissance," which for him means attentively observing from what he calls a special point of view. If we pull this back around to Sutherland, I think we will discover that in this parameter, at least, the portraitist was or should have been successful. The studies, the numerous sittings, the photographs he had taken, his difficulties with the facial expression, all this strikes me as in line with Churchill's demand that the painter make a plan through careful observation. So if it wasn't this, then maybe it was the point that Churchill made next, for he believed that the great commanders and the great painters alike needed reserves. And in the case of painting, this meant knowing what proportion of black or white was needed, quote, "to produce every effect of light and shade, of sunshine and shadow, essentially the relations between the different planes and surfaces with which he is dealing," end quote. Again here, though, I think Sutherland succeeds. If we go back to the study I showed earlier, it's clear how masterful the artist was with what Churchill called proportion and relation. Sutherland hit the paper with white exactly where the light would have reflected off the sitter's face most intensely. Across the bridge of the nose, the tops of the cheeks, the chin, the forehead, and the pate. To Churchill, the great master of such tonal proportions was J.M.W. Turner. This was a hero for him. The English painter from the first half of the 19th century was, according to Churchill, someone who could hold an instantaneous impression untiringly in his mind. Quote, "When we look at the larger Turners and observe that they represent one single second of time, and that every innumerable detail, however small, however distant, however subordinate, is set forth naturally and in its true proportion and relation, without effort, without failure, we must feel in the presence of the finest achievements of warlike action, end quote. Later, Churchill also praises Turner's color overall, using the words of John Ruskin, quote, "You will not, in Turner's largest oil pictures, find one spot of color as large as a grain of wheat." Indeed, if you look, he's right. No matter how closely you look at a Turner painting, the multitude of colors and the complexity of their layering is astounding. Further, Churchill makes it clear that he also had strong feelings about color itself. Quote, "I must say I like bright colors." I love this quote. "I cannot pretend to feel impartial about them. I rejoice with the brilliant ones, and I am genuinely sorry for the poor browns." And this is something that was quoted earlier, but I'm showing you what's sort of around it. In this regard, Paul Cézanne seems to have been the hero. Churchill describes his ability to infuse even the most commonplace of objects with beauty. And he also mentions the wonderfully vivified, brightened, and illuminated modern landscapes of Manet, Monet, and Matisse. And I can say, if you see the exhibition, you can see the influence of these particular artists astoundingly. These are not, let me tell you, the tastes of a man who doesn't like modern art, not at all. But they may explain why he disliked Sutherland's portrait. For if Churchill really abhorred browns as much as he claimed, he probably wouldn't have favored the symphony of umbers, bronzes, and chocolates that Sutherland made his own face and body. And he might have felt that what he liked so much about the Turners, quote, that they represent one single second of time, and that, quote, every detail is set forth naturally and without effort, well, he might have felt this was missing from Sutherland's work. For if the portrait was anything, it was a distillation of so much looking, of so many moments compressed not into a single recorded second like Turner's train slicing through space, but into a man, condensed into someone who was the epitome of time and effort, and he looked it. Churchill knew that time and memory were key to painting. And it is, in fact, with a discussion of those elements that he closed his essay, stating that, quote, "The painter must choose between a rapid impression, fresh and warm and living, but probably deserving only of a short life, and the cold, profound, intense effort of memory from which a masterpiece can alone result," end quote. I really think this one is the key. For Churchill, Sutherland's rushed portrait in 4.5 months, his numerous oil sketches, his drab browns, his failure to distill one single second of time, resulted in a work that deserved only a short life because it couldn't have been more than a rapid impression. What Churchill perhaps failed to see, and it's hard to imagine he failed to see anything, but he might have failed here, was the intense effort Sutherland made to go beyond the sitter's hardened bulldog exterior. Sutherland waited and he watched for signs of something else, a softening, an opening, memory, knowledge, power. What he produced was extraordinary, even if we never know what it really looked like. The remnants alone are a testament to the power of a man and a painter. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I would like to talk about one of history's greatest statesmen, as we all know, Sir Winston Churchill, and his home environment that I believe was essential to understanding who he was and why he was able to accomplish what he did. Now, in this room are no doubt, everyone in this room is no doubt familiar with his long career, and no recitation of his political achievements is needed here. But given all these accomplishments, Winston Churchill, to a lot of people, seems a remote figure, unknowable, unrelatable to regular people. But I think that's why Churchill continuously fascinates us today, because he was so much more than just a politician warlord. He was a noble, valiant spirit. He was a man of Renaissance capabilities, embodying in his pursuits a wide range of the best cultural and historical inheritance of the Western civilization, which he protected and saved from Hitler's hellish schemes for humanity. As we know, he was a writer and a historian, one of only 2 historians who have ever received the Nobel Prize in Literature, which I believe my colleague and friend, Dr. Reynolds, will be talking about shortly. As we know, per Dr. Lee's fine presentation, he was also a painter. The head of the British Academy of Arts once said that if Churchill had pursued painting as a career, he would have been a grand master. And Winston once said that if there was an afterlife, he planned to devote 500 years to exploring and mastering new colors to paint. But there was more. He was also a builder. With his own hands, he laid bricks at Chartwell and built everything from homes for his servants, to a cot for his daughter, to walls for the home garden. He was a hunter when he was young, and he remained an expert marksman throughout his life, and he was a lover of animals. And he loved the pleasures of the dining table. He enjoyed meals and drink not only for their sustenance and nourishment, but for the conversation, wit, and social interactions in which he worked out, promoted, and argued his political causes and positions. I think to truly understand the man and his strength, one has to experience and see his home. Churchill once said, "A day away from Chartwell is a wasted day." It was his home, his world, and all the good things of life that fed his spirit were in it. Now, Churchill was born in Blenheim Palace. If you've ever been there, it is certainly a different home than the average person in Britain lives in. And without going into details about the emotional distance he felt from his parents, suffice it to say that Blenheim and other houses he inhabited were never his home. They were remote to him. So I think that because of what having Chartwell, a home, meant to him, emotionally and personally, this is what gave him an insight and a connection to average people whose homes might not be as splendid, but it was theirs, their own. He understood these simple domestic pleasures shared in homes, from splendid to plain. Now, my connection to this topic is personal. When my wife asked me what I wanted to do for a significant birthday a few years ago, I told her I wanted to take her to see Oxford University, and I wanted to see Chartwell for myself. So in September 2015, we went, and a lot of the photographs you're going to see outside of the archival ones are from our visit. Now, Winston purchased this home in 1922 after he came into some money when a cousin was killed in a train crash. Chartwell is located 25 miles from London, outside Westerham, in the Weald of Kent, but it feels like a different world. The home was literally named after the freshwater well that feeds the grounds, the Chartwell. I think the name is perfect for its squire, A chart is also a hydrographic map, and this home of Churchill's fed his soul with its landscapes and colors, the music of its winds, waters, and woods, and the love and kindness which flowed between Winston and his family and friends there. How he saw it. The house was ugly and needed repairs, but it afforded him easy access to London. When he bought it, he wrote his wife Clemmy that if they lived in London again, they would inhabit Downing Street, a prediction that did come true in time. His children immediately loved it and encouraged him to buy it at the time, but he did so without Clemmy's approval. She was concerned, rightly, about expenses. Chartwell would eventually host 18 employees. Winston wrote her, "My beloved, I do beg you not to worry about money or to feel insecure. On the contrary, the policy we are pursuing aims above all at stability, like Andrew Bonar Law, British politician, if you know him. He says Chartwell is to be our home." Now, Clementine never loved the home as Winston did and was justified in her concerns, particularly regarding financial stability. They purchased the home for £5,000, but with needed repairs, the cost soon rose to over £18,000 in the ensuing years. And it should be noted that it was Clemmy that had to deal with the late bills. Although Winston made a lot of money from his writing at this time, he also spent lavishly, and the family budget was always precarious between the wars. In the late 1930s, Churchill almost had to sell Chartwell and go into business. But with Hitler's star on the rise over Europe, a London financier by the name of Sir Henry Strakosch quietly interceded with a loan to keep Churchill in the Parliament and on the political battlefield. Churchill would not know financial stability until the success of his History of the Second World War brought him a vast personal fortune. Winston Churchill's personal style imprinted Chartwell deeply. His style was a 19th century swashbuckler. In his bedroom, pictured here, his favorite gold-headed walking cane was engraved "To my youngest minister" by King Edward VII, and a gold and silver Fabergé cigar box stood nearby. The entire Churchill family breathed unique life into the old home. Part of this was by the use of pet names that they had for each other. The eldest daughter, Diana, was Buckingham. Son Randolph was the Chumbly, and daughter Sarah was Mule. Never have found out how she felt about that one. Another daughter, Marigold, was the Duckadilly, but tragically she passed away at only 2 years old, shortly before they bought the home. Their last daughter, Mary, was born in 1922, the year Winston purchased Chartwell, and she was nicknamed Mouse. Winston and Clemmy were Pug and Cat. The red brick home overlooks a shallow valley occupied by 80 acres of beech, oak, and chestnut trees. Now, Winston threw himself into work on the grounds in the 1920s. You can see this photograph here. He built a series of dams to create swimming pool, ponds. He also added huge amounts of plants and trees in the grounds and gardens. Later in the 1930s, he used what he called a great mechanical digger, his term for a steam shovel, to create an island in the main pond as a refuge for his geese, who were being preyed upon by local foxes. Here you can see a photograph I took. That's the swimming pool in the foreground with the main pond behind it. Churchill later said that he did not buy Chartwell because of the house, but because of what one could see from the house. Longville's presence. It's not simply that the water and trees and neat lawns with the smells of grass, leaves, and occasionally smoke are natural areas of peace and beauty that inspire contemplative thought. Winston created physical spaces in which he could exercise those activities. And though relaxing, they were also part of his constant working routine. I think the best example of this is his goldfish pond, where to this day a chair remains where Winston could sit for a half hour each day after lunch with a pagoda-shaped ashtray, a box of cigars, long matches, and a weak whiskey and soda for company. From a nearby tin by this chair, he fed his golden orf maggots, which are the caviar of gourmet goldfish. Here you can see a stepping stone, which notes today at Chartwell how Winston used to walk across those steps to get to his chair. And here you can see the golden orf in his pond. Now, a few words about Winston's smoking habits here. Winston had his first cigar after breakfast each day, piercing the end with a long match. He did not use a cutter or a punch, and usually consumed upwards of 10 cigars a day. Over 3,000 Cuban cigars, mostly Romeo y Julietas and La Aroma de Cubas, were kept in a walk-in closet humidor near his study. The boxes are stacked on shelves labeled wrapped, naked, and large. But it's interesting to note he virtually never finished a cigar. He was always conscious of his political image, and so he did not want to be photographed with a cigar stub, only a relatively fresh cigar. He would throw away his cigar stubs around the grounds of Chartwell, knowing that his gardener would go around each day to collect the stubs to use for his own pipe tobacco. He painted this goldfish pond many times. This is perhaps the most famous one that you may recognize in art books. And just a couple of years ago, 2-3 years ago, his very last canvas, I understand, was sold. This is it. It was of the goldfish pond as well. Animals of all types, domestic and wild, occupied the grounds and gave Chartwell life. On the grounds were pets, dogs named Trouble, Harvey, and Jasper. I don't know the Charlie story, I have to admit. Got to look at it up on Amazon. There were cats named Tango and Mickey, Carolina ducks, chickens, sheldrakes, swans, ponies, Canada geese, lambs, a ram, plus butterflies and foxes ran the grounds. There's a pet cemetery at Chartwell, which includes Winston's wartime poodle, Rufus, and his successor poodles. Rufus's grave is in the center. Speaking of successors, Churchill had an orange marmalade cat named Jock that he loved, and he had it written into his contract with the National Trust that still runs Chartwell that a descendant, an orange marmalade cat, would always be allowed to run and live on the grounds. And so here's a look at Jock the Sixth running through the grass, stalking birds when I was there. Churchill built the brick walls of the garden and a playhouse for his young daughter, Mary. When word of his bricklaying skills reached James Lane of the Amalgamated Union of Building Trade Workers, Lane invited Winston to join the union. He delightedly accepted, provided the membership wanted him. And when they balked at welcoming a conservative aristocrat, Winston still proudly kept and framed the certificate and card which referred to him as Brother Churchill. Here he is with Sarah. This is the Mary cot which he built for his youngest daughter that you can go in, where as a small child. She would go in and play. Here's a series of photographs. You can see the gardens at Chartwell. They're rather extensive, lots of flowers, vegetables still grown there. Here, some of the flower gardens looking back towards the house. And this is Winston's wall. In the inscription on that wall, it details how between 1925 and 1932, Winston built that entire wall with his own hands. Now, if you go inside the house, the National Trust does not allow visitors to take photographs. This is because of Winston's many paintings, which still hang on the walls. Today's technology allows reproductions to be easily made, and due to copyright laws, personal photography is banned within the house. However, I did take these two photos outside of the painting studio that he built on the grounds. Here you can see the entrance, and this photograph from the National Trust of the interior gives you an idea of what visitors see inside. As you've heard, Winston did not find the muse of painting until he was 40, but he avidly painted 500 canvases overall, mostly oil-based and mostly of landscapes and of his travels. Winston once told a friend, "If it weren't for painting, I couldn't live. I couldn't bear the strain of things." There he is in his studio. The most important workrooms for Winston at Chartwell were the dining room and his study. Here you can see the dining room. Winston's daily schedule at Chartwell was unorthodox, but in fact it was strictly adhered to. Upon waking at 8 o'clock in the morning, he ate breakfast in bed, then bathed, read the press, dictated correspondence, and nursed a weak Johnny Walker red scotch and soda through the morning. Now, a few words about Winston's consumption of alcohol. He tippled regularly through the day at a level that most of us today could not follow without problems. He once noted, "All I can say is that I have taken more out of alcohol than it has taken out of me." And I think that's an accurate assessment, probably regarding his tobacco consumption as well. Now, Churchill encouraged myths about his drinking, believing that Europeans wanted leaders who could handle their liquor. My favorite Churchill drinking story, he was at a dinner in a ballroom with 40-foot ceilings in the 1920s when a prohibitionist lady confronted him. She came up and said, "Mr. Churchill, it is said that if one measured all the brandy you have drunk in your lifetime, it would fill up half this ballroom." Churchill gazed at the bottom of the wall. He scanned up to the midway point, and then he raised his gaze to the ceiling. And then he turned to the woman and replied, "So far come, madam, so far to go." Adolf Hitler believed Winston Churchill was a drunk, and even FDR asked Harry Hopkins if he thought Churchill was a drunk. And although it's true that some alcohol was in his system virtually all the time, there are very few accounts of Winston being clearly inebriated. While he enjoyed alcohol and perhaps its consoling effects, I think that it's also evident that Churchill was not the sort of man who tolerated alcohol getting in the way of important business. And apparently his metabolism allowed him to burn through alcohol quite efficiently. Here you can see a painting of Winston and Clemmy dining. Lunch and dinner were in the dining room. The dining room on the ground floor at Chartwell has tall windows that look across a smooth lawn and terrace in the back of the house across the combe of Kent. At meals, Winston and his family greeted each other with animal noises, meow, meow, and wow, wow, rather than hello. At the round oak tables in the room, Winston sat facing east, always looking across his largest lake. Now, every day At lunch at Chartwell, a bottle of champagne greeted him. And after one lunch, he announced that he would create a painting that he entitled Bottlescape, from the empty bottles consumed. When I was there, this painting was hanging at Chartwell in the dining room when I visited. I believe it was a copy, not the original. After lunch, Winston would go to feed his goldfish, walk the grounds. He would enjoy a card game with Clemmy. He read, he napped, or perhaps sometimes he painted. In the evening, dinner was an event. Chartwell's guests were friends, whose common tie was that they were uncommon. Like Winston, they had accomplished things in life. T.E. Lawrence showed up for dinner dressed in Arabian robes. Lord Beaverbrook, the press baron, Lord Birkenhead, Bernard Baruch, Brandon Bracken, Charlie Chaplin, Robert Boothby, Anthony Eden, Duff Cooper, and David Lloyd George were all regular guests for dinner at Chartwell. Churchill's table was loaded with champagne bottles, and guests would enjoy consommé soups, oysters, caviar, Gruyere cheese, pâté de foie gras, trout, shoulder of lamb, lobster, Yorkshire pudding, and Winston's favorite, roast beef. Winston's favorite dessert was chocolate eclairs. He said he never ate sausages or sauerkraut. His favorite conversation was his own monologues, and as the evening progressed, he would develop his favorite themes on politics, literature, art, and philosophy. His guests were treated to an intimate and genial view of his world and thought, and usually they were spellbound by his presentation. In the 1930s, however, it should be noted, his thoughts on the rise of Adolf Hitler were not often met with conviviality, even amongst his friends. That was the photograph that you saw taken in 1928 of Winston and his dinner guest, and this is actually a painting he produced from that photograph there in the dining room at Chartwell. Now, after dinner and more brandy, he went back to work in his study. Here you can see an image from the National Trust. His second-floor study, with a vaulted ceiling and wooden beams, is the heart of the original home. Churchill had documentation that this part of the structure dated back to 1086, only 20 years after William the Conqueror established Norman reign in England. It was here that he wrote, or I should say dictated, his books, articles, and speeches to a staff of secretaries on silent typewriters. He would work from 10 p.m., usually 2 or 3 in the morning. At Chartwell, Winston rarely put pen to paper except to sign his own name. I'm sure David Reynolds will be talking more about Winston's processes with writing, but here's his desk. He kept a bronze casting of his mother's hand and a portrait of his father writing in the study, as well as his father's desk. On his own desk, Winston kept portraits of all of his family members, telephone, plus a bust of Napoleon. You can see Napoleon centered there. In the study, he had a long-standing desk built which held many books to reference as he worked, and he often prowled the study in colorful silk robes, one famous with a gold-green dragon on it, while focusing on the message he wanted to convey with just the right word. Surrounded in the study by his many books, his reading interest ranged over wide fields. He read and reread all 5 volumes of Gibbon's Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, William James's The Varieties of Religious Experience, Winwood Reade's The Martyrdom of Mankind, Shakespeare, Kipling, and volumes of English poetry, amongst many others. He kept the Bible next to his bed, but he confessed that he only read it out of curiosity. When we consider all the trials and tribulations in Winston Churchill's life, the inevitable question one has to ask is how he was able to endure and triumph in the supreme challenges that confronted him in World War II. For myself, I believe that it was his love of his home and the great good things of life that he lived there. Here he is, life in contemplation, looking out over his realm. Now, my wife and I stayed at the Duke's Hotel in London. Incidentally, it's famous for being the James Bond novelist Ian Fleming's favorite martini bar. One evening, we literally walked around the corner from the hotel and walked into this home. You can see from the plaque, I didn't know that when we were there. Winston Churchill lived there as a boy. You can see 1880 to 1883. Here's his favorite painting of Chartwell in winter sunshine. But it was Chartwell that was his real home. For a writer who needed money constantly, I find it interesting that while he wrote about Chartwell to his family in letters, Churchill did not publish about his home or his life there. And I think it's completely understandable. It was too personal. It was his. I think it was another great English writer who expressed what Churchill and the British people felt about home. J.R.R. Tolkien, the Oxford Don. Tolkien wrote his trilogy, The Lord of the Rings, during the war years, 1937 and 1951. And in his hobbits, literally little people that he thought of as representative of the British people, Tolkien wrote movingly of their simple ways, of their houses built into the soil, of their festivals and feasts and customs, of them falling in love and facing great trials beyond. Now, given the fantasist nature of Tolkien's work, and that I don't believe Churchill ever read Tolkien, I don't believe that there is a direct connection, but I do believe that there is an analogy there. Winston Churchill was not a small man, and he did not live like one. But he knew what it was to lack a stable home life as a child. And as a man, he knew what it meant to be loved and to love someone, a spouse and family, to create a home with them and to exercise all of his best passions and talents in efforts to support them. And he knew that he was not alone or different from the many Britons who had begun life with less material advantages than he, but who had their own homes and families, where they lived and loved and pursued the good things in life as best they could. And in this, in his love of his home, Chartwell encompassed, he was not really an unusual man. He was normal and universal. And it is through visiting Chartwell today that we can personally connect with the spirit of Winston Churchill, because we and he share the same aspirations. Thank you.
If I could ask Dr. Lee to come back up to the front to join Keith for audience Q&A. We'll do a few questions so that we can get a break in before Dr. Reynolds' presentation. Please raise your hand and I'll bring the microphone to you. This is a shy group. Question in the front row to the right. Yes, sir.
Could you describe how he supported himself financially and kind of the ups and downs of his financial starting from when he was a child on?
He was in debt most of his life. He had a very good income, particularly from his writing in the 1920s and 1930s. I saw in one book the estimate that he was making well over $200,000 a year. No, excuse me, 200,000 pounds a year was the number. But he spent it all. And he, like I said, in the late 1930s was actually writing, well, a lot of what he called potboiler stories, newspapers, magazines, on all topics. His literary output is so profound. I'm sure David Reynolds is going to talk about this a great deal. But he did not become financially secure until he wrote his History of the Second World War, which he signed a contract that I believe was worth something like £2.5 million in the 1940s, which would be the equivalent of about $50 million today. So he was a writer. Professionally, that's what kept his family afloat during this time period.
Question with Ivan Schwartz in the front, please.
Dr. Lee, I just want to make a few points about the presentation, some observations. There are a couple of failures in the Sutherland painting that seem so obvious to me.
Please do share.
Well, you see...
Well, maybe tell the audience who you are so they have some context. He's an artist.
Yes. Hi, I'm Ivan Schwartz, the director of Studio Ice in New York. I've made more portraits of public figures than anyone in American life.
Thank you.
And so when the painting is an interesting painting, but the thing that's really probably problematic structurally is the point of view was from below. And you see that, and what it does is it distorts his head. And we're looking right up his nose, so to speak. So that's not very pleasing. Now, Churchill had an unusual nose, but you notice in the, especially in the drawings, he's obsessed with structure, and he's also conflicted by the necessity to be literal and his own structural interest in abstraction. And I think that's the heart of the conflict in the painting.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. And in an earlier version of the talk, if I'd had more time, I wanted to talk about the point of view, because you're right that the point of view is very unusual, and a lot of scholars argue that it's actually head-on. It's distorted a little bit here because of the angle of the screen, and you're right, because his head is tipped back. But there are actually two points of view in it, or I mean, it's debatable. If you look at the kind of center part of his body, we're looking, I mean, right between his legs, sort of dead on for most of the body. And the head is at an odd angle where we are below. So it's sort of like two are embedded in it, and it is causing a distortion. You're absolutely right. That's a problem.
The studies, the photographic studies are so interesting, and you can see that they're shot from below. And
well, those weren't taken by Sutherland, though.
Yeah. But in any case, you know, and it's obvious, and the final painting is sort of illustrative, and it's definitely painted very thinly. It's not a great painting, I don't think.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess I hesitate as a historian to make interpretations, and I tried to be a little bit careful about it in the talk, though I fall into several of my own traps, I'll admit it. But I started by saying that it looks like it's painted thinly, but that might be deceptive, because I just don't know how much we can work on the existing few transparency photographs that we have. And that's why I went sort of straight to the studies to try to get a better sense of what the thing looked like. Because the studies themselves are so worked up in terms of color, there's really interesting stuff going on between thick and thin in terms of the paint, and as you're saying, in terms of structure. So I almost venture not to say anything about how thinly or thickly the final work was painted, because we can't look at it. How can we interpret something we can't see? It's a real problem. Yeah. Thanks for your comments.
And I'm going to have to be the bad cop and cut off Q&A so we can stay on schedule. But I want to thank both Allison and Keith for shedding a more personal light on Sir Winston, and especially with Ivan and Allison for this artistic take. Rob, Keith, do we have those types of conversations about art and the detail and the paintings?
I can be the historical painting, I can't have this discussion.
This-
That's why it was so fast.
This is why this was a fun one to put together for the museum. Obviously, we often focus on World War II, combat, personalities, battles, but this was really fun and a great way to integrate another important field into this conversation. Let's take a 10-minute break. Let's take a 9-minute break at 11:25 for Dr. David Reynolds and the keynote address. Thank you, Allison Lee and Keith Huxon. I'll move mine.
It's all right. I just want to. Are you going to introduce me first?
Yes, sir.
If you want to just mention that's the new book coming out.
Showing up, or is it?
It should come. It may just be taken. Oh, wait. Here we go.
PowerPoint, create
Oh,
new
I'll do
slide at
this.
the bottom of David.
Okay, I think we got it. Thank you, Tatum. Yeah, no problem. I really appreciate it.
And where is the image? Is it on the desktop now?
It might be on the downloads. Yeah.
One of those two. Okay, great. I'll, thank you, gentlemen.
Of course.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Tatum, really appreciate it.
Everything's been going well. Thank you so much. Yeah.
David, I noticed you had
Yeah,
one
those are all-
blank slide.
No, that's right.
Was that,
and that stops.
intentional?
Yeah, that's right. It stops. Those were just old ones at the end, I think. So yeah. So there's mine will stop. I will stop where there's.
Would you like me to delete those other
You
two?
can if you want. Yeah.
Okay, I'd probably
It's
prefer to
simpler, so
do
yeah,
that.
That's right,
if
because
that's
you've got to run through them otherwise. Yes.
Yes, sir.
So just take those two out.
The last three. This one?
yeah,
So this will be your end. The title slide will be the end.
Is that the end? Okay, that's the before the next one. Yeah. Okay.
So take that out?
Yeah, you take that out and take that one out.
And then take this one out, and
Yeah.
that'll be the end. The book cover.
Yeah, you can take that out as well. Take those two out now. Take
Good.
that-
It's a good another plug for your book.
Yeah, I can, but it's. I think I want to end with something slightly different. Well, okay, leave it in, and I won't click it.
Okay.
Oh, I see. No, of course you then have to click on something else.
Yes, sir.
All right, just.
No, but you're fine. You're fine.
All right, fine.
And we'll start there, and we will go from current slide. The only issue, do we know if that was straight? I didn't really check it with Emma's picture. Where's the view? Ruler. Come on. Right there. There we go. Okay. Is this saved on the desktop, do you know?
Probably not.
Or it's
but
just
we
running
can-
off the thumb?
We can manage.
Okay. All right, David, you're ready. So when you're ready for your first slide, all you need to do is advance. It's over on the
I'll go and get.
last minute changes are all. Thank you very much, David. David, looking forward to this. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. If you could please find your seats and your cell phones. And while everyone's finding their seats, I don't see Mr. Marino right now, but I would like to recognize and acknowledge the support of Oates and Marino for sponsoring this symposium. These things are fun, they're important, and this one is free, even though there's a lot of resources that go into it. So thank you very much to Oates and Marino for their wonderful support. And most of our programs back home are free in New Orleans, and even those that aren't free, we sometimes need support for. So we really appreciate those individuals and organizations that want to help get the knowledge out to the masses. Couldn't have been timed at a better time with the youngest audience members here. It's really important that you all continue your lifelong learning, but we also foster this amongst the next generation. And for some of us, those are couple generations behind us now. David Reynolds is not only one of the United Kingdom's leading preeminent historians, but one of the world's. He is here for a twofer. He gave a speech at the museum on his latest book, The Kremlin Letters, which is about the wartime correspondence between Stalin, Churchill, and FDR, and it was a wonderful talk, so I know we're in for a great talk here on In Command of History. He's a professor of international history and a fellow of Christ College in Cambridge. Don't make that mistake. I did it once and I'll never live it down. Cambridge, not Oxford. He studied at Cambridge and the other Cambridge, Harvard, and has been a regular visitor to the States since first coming here as a graduate student in 1973. He is the author of 12 books, his first dating back nearly 4 decades, 1981, and it includes In Command of History, which we'll hear about tonight, The Kremlin Letters, which we heard Wednesday. But most recently, it's a little bit of a change from his World War II focus. He has a new one, Island Stories, an unconventional history of Britain, that just came out. Actually, I think it's due out in 6 weeks here in the States. It's been out in the UK, but be on the lookout for it. He wanted to do it not solely on Brexit, but with Brexit being such an important epical event in British history, he wanted to go back and look at 1,000 years of British history to sort of put it in perspective. Professor Reynolds, with all of his titles, all of the articles he's contributed, perhaps the most distinguished award he's received is the Wolfson Prize of 2004, which is one of the preeminent awards for historians around the world. And he is the recipient of that from 2004. And he was elected a Fellow of the British Academy in 2005. And I know that that was much more of an introduction than he wanted because he's eager to talk to you all. But ladies and gentlemen, Dr. David Reynolds and In Command of History.
Thank you, Jeremy. It's been a great pleasure to come back to Louisiana to renew my acquaintance with the National World War II Museum and also to deepen my respect for all that it's doing. It's also been a privilege recent now to come to Lafayette and see the Hilliard Art Museum, so I've really enjoyed these few days. In Command of History, how Churchill took command of history, I think this will connect up in various ways with what we've heard earlier on. And let me begin by posing you this simple but challenging question. If you've saved your country, arguably saved the world, what do you do for an encore? That was the challenge facing Winston Churchill in the summer of 1945. And it was complicated by the fact that in the general election of 1945, the British people, in his view, had repaid him for his wartime service by, as he put it, kicking me out of 10 Downing Street. And this was a considerable shock to him, to his family. And the morning after, as the results came in and the scale of the defeat was clear, his wife Clementine tried to cheer him up over lunch. And she said, "Well, my dear," because she knew how tired he was after 5 years of wartime leadership, she said, "Perhaps it will be a blessing in disguise." And he looked at her and he growled, "At the moment, it is quite effectively disguised." But what I think that defeat, coming on the heels of victory, did for Churchill was to lodge in his mind an anxiety about how his achievements would be recognized. Would they be recognized? What would be his role in history? Now, of course, Churchill often said, apropos of history and the verdict of posterity, "I shall leave it to history. Remember, I shall be one of the historians." And the blessing in disguise in 1945 was that his release from active politics for the moment, and I emphasize the point in this lecture in a moment, for a moment, his release from active politics gave him the opportunity to write the memoirs that he would otherwise probably not have been able to do if he had carried on in office, because it's likely that that task would have killed him. So a blessing in disguise. And what he produced was 6 volumes of memoirs, maybe 2 million words. Many of you probably have them on your bookshelves. Perhaps fewer of you have actually opened them or even read them, but they grace many bookshelves. And what I want to try and suggest to you is that these were not simply books, they were not simply writings, they were, in their own way, a work of art. A work of art by a man who valued art and artistry. And if you like, my text is taken from an unlikely source. Charles de Gaulle, who was a man for whom Churchill, with whom Churchill had many flaming rows, but both these two had deep respect for each other as patriots of their own country. And de Gaulle wrote of Churchill in his own memoirs as the great champion of a great enterprise and the great artist of a great history. And that's what I want to try and unfold for you a little bit now at the end of our symposium. So here's the familiar picture of Churchill, the war leader, outside number 10 Downing Street. And here is the other picture, Churchill, the author, in that study at Chartwell, which we've just seen pictures of. Underneath Sir John Lavery's picture of a portrait of his wife, Clementine, with that desk that was mentioned earlier behind, where he had proofs of his book, his books of the Second World War. And that grows out of that summer of 1945. Let's just sort of glimpse it, the triumph and the tragedy that Churchill wrote about in the last volume of the memoirs, but it's also a triumph and a tragedy for him personally. Here is Whitehall on Victory Day, May 1945. Crowds of people, and somewhere in the middle of that is Churchill being borne aloft by the crowds. So a really heady moment, 5 years after he took on the job. Here he is moving on, hit Potsdam in July 1945. There he is with President Truman, Joseph Stalin. Roosevelt's now dead. Churchill is carrying on, as he said to one of his secretaries, I want to do the peace as well as the war. And then comes, in the middle of the Potsdam Conference, he flies home for the results of the election. Because it wasn't a normal election, they had to have votes from the troops all over the world brought back, so it took several weeks to do so. So he came back to London for the results, expecting to go back to Potsdam, to Berlin the next day. Mary Churchill, his daughter, was with him, and they left some of their luggage in Potsdam because they were going back. And then the verdict of the people comes in, and unlike the, how shall I put this politely, the leisurely pace of the handovers that you transact in the United States, a 2-month transition, the verdict of democracy in Britain is fast and brutal. There's the removal van coming in to take out the effects from 10 Downing Street just a few days later in August 1945. In fact, so brutal that Churchill had nowhere to go. The Churchills had no home to go to, and in the end their daughter and son-in-law made way for them in their own home in London as a temporary basis. So Churchill was deeply shaken by this, but as Clementine said, it was a blessing in disguise, or it proved to be. And one might imagine that in those boxes are some of the essential ingredients of those memoirs, the papers that he was going to use. Now, Churchill, as we've already heard, was a writer. He made his living by writing. And he had, of course, written major books of history in the past, a 2-volume life of his own father, and 6 volumes on the First World War, the Great War, called The World Crisis, written on a grand scale. Arthur Balfour, who was a rather caustic British politician, wrote to his niece after reading the first volume of The World Crisis, he wrote, I have been reading Winston's autobiography disguised as a history of the universe. So Churchill was ready for this task. If you like, he practiced it after World War I. He was now ready to do it again on a grander scale after World War II. But there were certain important problems that had to be overcome. And part of the fascinating story of the memoirs is the enterprise that was involved in actually being able to write them. One of the problems was, of course, that the papers that he had written as Prime Minister were, strictly speaking, government property. And the Cabinet Office and the secretaries of the Cabinet had been increasingly vigilant about politicians simply walking off with papers almost put into their briefcase when they left office. Critical here was Sir Edward Bridges, the Secretary of the Cabinet. Bridges had policed lots of other politicians, but he was totally in awe of Churchill. He'd worked with him during the war, and Churchill's determination to literally take the papers with him of his time in office was accommodated by Bridges in a way that has not happened since for other politicians. But the other thing was also the money. Churchill had to think, is this going to be worthwhile? As we've heard, he earned his money from writing, but he also spent his money. As he once said, my tastes are simple, I like only the best. And the best was expensive. So maybe he'd just be better writing little pot boilers like he'd done before, columns in the newspapers about contemporary affairs, which would make him a lot more money. The crucial thing was the deal that he constructed with the help of Sir William Berry, Lord Camrose, an old friend, the owner of the Daily Telegraph newspaper. And Camrose put together a syndicate of publishers involving the Daily Telegraph, New York Times, Life magazine in the United States, and the publishers Cassell's in London, which gave Churchill a huge sum of money to write the books, and also arranged, with the help of very shrewd tax lawyers, arrangements under which, quite legally, he was able to avoid substantial amounts of tax. And so, at this point, it became a financially viable position. And the other thing that was tremendously important in the case of Camrose and his friends was that they took off Churchill's hands and worse, of Clementine's nightmares, Chartwell, that ruinously expensive home in Kent that we just heard about. And it was Camrose and his friends that paid for Chartwell to become, for the Churchills to live in Chartwell for the rest of their lifetime, and then it would be passed on to the National Trust, which is a private charity in Britain. It owns large parts of land and old houses and so on. So that running Chartwell was no longer going to be an expense, it was going to be a pleasure, and its future would be assured. So the deal with the Cabinet Secretary, the support of Camrose and his friends, for a man they believed deserved that kind of treatment after his war service, this enabled him to get on with the project. Now, as you can imagine with Churchill, these weren't your average memoirs. If you think of most politicians' memoirs, they're written not in tranquility, perhaps in bitterness, but certainly after the end of a political career. Churchill did not stop being a politician. He remained leader of the Conservative Party, and he carried on in active politics, and I'll talk about that in a moment. But they weren't an average set of memoirs for another reason too, because they weave together a number of different ingredients. It wasn't simply somebody writing about, oh, I remember meeting so-and-so, and I remember that episode during the war. Essentially, I think that the memoirs have three ingredients, what I call the 3 Ds for shorthand. The first of them is documents. Documents. This, if you can see, the Prime Minister's personal minutes, May 1940. There will be another set for June 1940. There's another set of printed records of the Prime Minister's personal telegrams to British generals in the field or to Stalin, Roosevelt, and so on. Now, Churchill had those telegrams and messages, minutes, printed up all through the war. So while he was Prime Minister, he was creating the dossier that would be basic to writing his memoirs. He was already looking to the memoir writing process in the summer of 1940. And those documents are the basic ingredients of the book. In fact, the chapters of the book start, and you can see this from the material in the Churchill archives, they start out as pretty much scissors and paste, cutting up those documents and putting them on bits of paper, separated out. And Churchill said that doing that, putting down the documents one by one, was like laying down the track. He said it's like the Canadian Pacific. I lay down the track, it's going to run an awful long way, and then I will put in the stations. And the stations came in 2 forms. Here's the second of my Ds. Dictation. Now, as we've also heard, Churchill didn't do a lot of writing. He dictated, he orated his book, actually. Usually, the preferred time was late at night after a jolly good meal at Chartwell, and well-fed, well-lubricated. He would go upstairs to the study, and he would have a long table probably with various pieces of proof and documents. And he would walk up and down, dictating to the secretaries. And this would go on for several hours. And what you see here is what they would have typed up on those silent typewriters. He did not want to hear click, 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 click. So they had a special muffled keys, so he wasn't disturbed. And he probably had 2 secretaries on for a night. They'd do 30 minutes each and change round. So what you get here is the typescript is the... Sorry, I must run away from the microphone. The typescript is what Churchill dictates, and at various points he's just, the flow is going along, and no secretary would dare to say, Mr. Churchill, could you spell that name? So they just put something down and then put in the margin, check, look at it, let's sort it out later. And then that typescript is by Churchill's bedside next morning when he wakes up, and he then scribbles all over it, makes extra comments, changes words, and then that version will be typed up again in clean copy, and so this process will go on. And I thought, and maybe it was wishful thinking, but I felt sometimes looking at some of those pages, I could see the coffee stains on the typescript where he spilled his coffee for breakfast or something like that. Anyway, so the dictation is part of putting the stations along with the track. But then the other ingredient, this is one that really gives it a depth and a specialness that other memoirs don't have, is that third D, as I call it, the drafts. The enterprise of doing this is that Churchill isn't doing this alone. He obviously needs all the secretaries, but he has, if you like, what we would now call, in academia, a research group or something like that, what he called in racing terminology, the syndicate. A few people who basically did an awful lot of research for him. Because Churchill certainly wasn't going to go off to the libraries and read books and so on. Other people did that for him, and they produced the drafts. Now, this one is interesting. This goes, I think, into chapter 4 of the first volume of Gathering Storm, and it's called The Rise of Hitler. And this is written by a man called Bill Deakin. I'll talk about him in a moment. But Deakin did a basic draft here. It's, 2,100, 2,600 words, I think it says, about Hitler. And then Churchill has amended certain things in blue and then again in red. But that draft goes pretty much into the first volume of the memoirs. And what you've got here is a number of people, a number of specialists, adding real depth to the memoirs, and they're the people who not only go to the libraries, they're using the captured German documents, they're using privileged access to other British archives that Edward Bridges has allowed, the Cabinet Secretary has allowed Churchill and his staff to look at. So these are an interesting group of people. Bill Deakin, there he is, he's on the right there, just peering away. An Oxford Don who Churchill had used before the Second World War to help with his Marlborough volumes, his Lives of Marlborough. But what Churchill liked about Deakin was he was not a boring academic. He talked back. He was good company over dinner. They had lots of interesting conversations. Churchill liked those kinds of young men, people who weren't, as he said, doormats. Deakin was also someone Churchill admired. During the Second World War, he was in British Special Yugoslavia to liaise with Tito and the partisans. And I did have the privilege of meeting Bill Deakin before he died, and you could immediately understand, even as a 90-year-old man, why Churchill liked him. He still had lots of fire. And he told me the story of his first meeting with Tito on some cliffs in Yugoslavia. Tito and his partisans had a particular cave, and they were being shot at by the Luftwaffe periodically, and Deakin and Tito started their conversations with the accompaniment of Messerschmitts to discuss what exactly British aid could be to the partisans. So Churchill liked that kind of character. Deakin did most of the drafts about German policy, Italian policy, that sort of material. Henry Pownall looks rather grim here, but he was an interesting man. He was a senior British commander in Asia during the war. Pownall wrote a lot of the military side of it. So Battle of Alamein, various campaigns in northwestern Europe. Pownall did the research for that. The other thing about Pownall that was significant and useful as far as Churchill was concerned was that he was bigoted, which doesn't mean that he was prejudiced. It means that he had been cleared for access to for the ultra secret, the breaking of the German Enigma code. He was one of the people in the know about that, and he was therefore able to look at the kind of transcripts that Churchill had had of German communications. So Pownall handled the military side. Dennis Kelly and Gordon Allen. Gordon Allen's in the middle there. Gordon Allen writes most of the naval stuff. He's a retired naval officer, so he's doing the war at sea, both for the British, the stories of the battles in the Pacific, the American Battle of the Pacific. Dennis Kelly is a kind of factotum around Chartwell. He's kind of keeps the archives, keeps the papers clear so that they know where they are with different drafts. And another essential member of the syndicate, and we've heard the name before, there's down in the bottom is Rufus. Oh, sorry, this is, I think this is Rufus 2 down the bottom there. Churchill regarded that as an essential part of writing as well, the pleasure of his company of pets. So, this is quite a striking operation. You can see it's not just the average kind of memoirs. So the reception of this, the book the first volume comes out in 1948, the last volume is published in Britain in 1954, in the US in 1953, the year before, and it's syndicated in papers. Churchill's writings help to make him a celebrity in a different way. There he is, you can see his fan club when he visits Boston to talk to MIT in April 1949. There he is winning the Nobel Prize for Literature, 1953, and there's the kind of way the book was published, Second World War Nobel Prize for Literature. That, I think, was a single volume edition that was done later on. But there's another side to the story of the memoirs, which is part of this remarkably many-faceted man. As I said, most politicians write in tranquility or in bitterness when their political career is over. Churchill, I think, because of the shock of that political verdict in 1945, was not willing to let go of active politics. Partly because, like any leader, he did not want to be put on the shelf. But also because I think what had happened in that election was profoundly worrying to him. Here was a man who, at the height of the Second World War, as he said, he had the privilege, if you like, of giving the lion's roar, speaking out for Britain and for Britain's place in an embattled world at a moment of crisis. And it had resonated with the British people. But remember, Churchill did not become Prime Minister in May 1945 because of an election. He became Prime Minister as a result of a coup within the Conservative Party. So he had never formally put himself before the British electorate for validation. And when he did, in 1945, they gave him the most massive raspberry, the most massive humiliation. I mean, that wasn't just a defeat, it was the worst defeat Tory party had had since 1906, before 1832. Now this, for a man with a sense of history, was appalling. And I think Churchill was determined to carry on and ensure that at some point he would get that validation from the people that they'd withheld for a variety of reasons in 1945. Not least because Churchill did not seem in 45 like a man who had a vision of the future of Britain in a peacetime post-war world. And he himself admitted on one occasion, when one speech went particularly badly, he says, "I have no message for them now." It was like he had a voice in 1940. He hadn't the words to say for a generation that were looking forward to a new Jerusalem after the Second World War. But anyway, Churchill intended, as he said, to stay in the pub till closing time. And that's what he did. So what's remarkable about the memoirs is that they are being composed at the same time as Churchill is playing a huge role as a domestic and international statesman. There's the Fulton speech in March 1946. Churchill, what's known to us as the Iron Curtain speech, what Churchill called the sinews of peace. It's a more complex speech than it's often thought of now in terms of the way he talks about the relationships between Britain, America, and the Soviet Union. It's one of a number of major speeches Churchill gives. Another one later in 46 at Zurich is about united Europe, about Europe unification, France and Germany coming together. Here he is campaigning in 1950, and here he is Prime Minister again in 1951. Now, this is all happening at the same time as those memoirs are being written, with the help of the syndicate, but with Churchill doing a huge amount of writing and annotating as well. And that also affects what he says in the memoirs, because this is a man who is looking forward to his next spell in government. And although he might wish to settle some scores with people from the past, he has a keen sense that the men of the past may also be men of the future, and you might not want to tread on their toes. One of them is Charles de Gaulle. There's de Gaulle, a real pain in the neck during the Second World War, but rather like Churchill, holding himself in waiting in the 40s, early 50s, to be called back as the savior of France, which eventually happens in 1958. And Churchill's advisors, not least Christopher Soames, his son-in-law, remind Churchill of de Gaulle's ambitions. And Churchill edits out of his memoirs comments that he'd made during the war, or comments he makes in early drafts, which could be regarded as which were denigratory to de Gaulle. So we miss, therefore, from the memoirs some of those choice phrases about de Gaulle, such as a combination of Joan of Arc and Clemenceau, symptoms of a budding Führer, 1943. And we also miss what I think is probably Churchill's considered verdict on de Gaulle, which is a lovely sentence. I want to read it to you. He wrote, and he deleted it, as I say, from the published version, "I should be sorry to live in a country governed by de Gaulle. But I should be sorry to live in a world or with a France in which there was no de Gaulle." So the account of his relations with de Gaulle was toned down. Another one is a story of his relationships with Dwight Eisenhower. Eisenhower, of course, was someone Churchill met for the first time in 1942 when he came over as the commander designate for the Torch landings in North Africa, and Churchill dealt with him at great length in the next few years in the planning of D-Day and all the rest of it. Churchill, I think, did not have a huge opinion of Ike as a strategist. I think he gained a growing respect for Eisenhower as a man who could manage a coalition army, an army of allies. I think Churchill definitely doubted Eisenhower's potential as a president, but it wasn't worth saying that in the memoirs or indicating that in the memoirs, because, of course, in 1953, Dwight Eisenhower becomes president of the United States. Churchill has been 18 months or so as Prime Minister of Britain. So when he's writing the final last volumes of the memoirs, he sends these to Eisenhower, the drafts, the chapters that particularly relate to some of their disagreements over campaigns in France, to Eisenhower to read and vet. And Eisenhower hands this over to his wartime chief of staff, Walter Beadle Smith, and Beadle goes through this and he edits like 8 chapters. And Churchill takes note of all those comments, and he actually deletes even more to ensure that there's not going to be any problems with Ike coming out of those memoirs. One of the other casualties of the fact that Churchill's in active politics and he's sensitive to some of those implications. So there's Eisenhower reviewing troops in Devon in 1944, George Patton on the extreme left. Sir Norman Brooke, Edward Bridges' successor as cabinet secretary, is the vetter of the enforcer of official censorship. Churchill's agreement with Bridges is that he will give the government a chance to read these drafts of all the whole book and offer comments where the government feels that this trespasses too much on issues of national security. And the area that Norman Brooke is particularly concerned about is the ultra-secret, the fact that the British, the Americans had broken the German codes, the signals intelligence that was so important. Now, Churchill initially assumed that he was right about his part in doing that. Churchill was particularly striking as a British Prime Minister in his awareness of how important signals intelligence was, and he just loved it. He loved getting these sort of golden eggs all the time, as he called them, special boxes with the decrypts from German messages. And he started putting some of this in the early drafts. Norman Brooke, well, I was going to say writes to Churchill. Usually he had a nice, leisurely, thoughtful dinner at his club with Churchill, where they kind of went over these issues without too much written down. But Norman Brooke explains to Churchill that actually the methods of that were used to break the German Enigma code were still in use by British intelligence in dealing with certain quite a lot of minor countries, not perhaps Soviet Union or whatever, in the post-war period. It would be hugely detrimental to security if Churchill's told that story. And also, if Churchill told that story, then there were huge numbers of people who had been involved at Bletchley Park, there they are, cracking the ultra, who would then say, fine, we were told never to tell anything about this. But Sir Winston Churchill has talked about it, so it would open the floodgates. And Churchill is persuaded that that is a real issue of national security. So you don't read anything. It's just one or two things that got through by chance in the memoirs where you hint, there's a hint that something special was going on. But the story of the ultra-secret is kept until it's opened up officially in the 1970s. So you've got this fascinating sense of a book that is written in a most unusual way as almost in places almost a full-scale history of the war, but is very selective in some of the treatments because of the importance of the past for the future. So I need to come to an end. There we are, 6 volumes, Making History. Making history and confirming Churchill's reputation. There's the state funeral, and there's the interment in Blaydon next to Blenheim Palace, where he was born. And his physician, Lord Moran, writes at the end of his memoir, "In a country churchyard, in the stillness of a winter evening, in the presence of his family and a few friends, Winston Churchill was committed to English earth, which in his finest hour he had held inviolate." A wonderful phrase, I think. And it vindicates, I think, that sense that Churchill had, and he expressed this in 1938, that immortality, he didn't believe in an afterlife, but he said words are the only things that last forever. This man of words who had to not only do history, but write history to ensure his place in it. But what I also want to say, and it picks up on some of the things we heard earlier about the Graham Sutherland picture, is that those 6 volumes, as I've tried to suggest, are a work of art in their own way. It's a big tapestry. It's a great tapestry. It's not an impressionistic sense of a few events in the Second World War. It is, if you like, the cold, profound effort of memory, composed from numerous detailed studies by Churchill and his syndicate, and infused with an acute sense of colour to produce an enduring masterpiece. The great champion of a great history, and the great champion of a great enterprise, and the great artist of a great history. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David. Questions, please raise your hand and I'll bring the microphone to you. Anyone? Right behind me. To your far left, sir.
Yeah, okay.
Dr. Reynolds, let me begin by thanking you for your advocacy of public history. I think events like this show the importance of it, and your work in that regard deserves mention here.
Thank you.
It was said that the King James Bible is the greatest work written by a committee. I did not quite know until now, even as a historian and somebody that's read a great deal on Churchill, just how much of a committee effort this work was. How was he as a colleague in this regard? Because you see some of the popular representations of how difficult he is, and I think that that's probably on point in a number of ways. But in terms of those individuals who you're mentioning here in the syndicate, how was the working relationship between them as far as your studies have shown?
I think Churchill had a varying degree of respect. For someone like Deakin, I think he had a lot of time and affection. I think for perhaps Gordon Allen, it was more of a workmanlike relationship. But you say this is work by committee. Yeah, the other way of putting it, and Dennis Kelly put it quite well, it was like a master chef. So there are various sous chefs in the kitchen, but Kelly said you always knew who had designed the recipes and the presentation and so on. And that is part of, I think, what Churchill was able to do. Churchill's relations with his staff, I did talk to a few of the people who'd worked for him as secretaries, and one had a profound sense that he could be quite insufferable. He was so absorbed in things he was doing, and there were times when he just seemed to be totally indifferent to what their concerns were and so on. But he had this ability there would be a sudden sort of flash of humanity. He would look at somebody, a secretary, in a very piercing way, and say, "How are you, my dear?" And there would be some brief moment where you just felt, he connected. But most of them said, really, it didn't matter if he was rude or he was preoccupied. You had this sense of being caught up in an enterprise which was far bigger than yourself and really mattered to history, to the country, and whatever. And I think that's an important part of leadership, that sense of a person who can sweep you along into a cause that he or she has envisaged and envisioned. And he had that.
See any? Yeah, to your right. You covered all the areas, so there's no questions. Moment, ma'am. I'll be right to you, please.
Thank you. I think that I have a sense that in our country, Churchill is very revered as a hero and a leader. And I'm just wondering, how does the British public view him now?
I think in public memory in much the same way. And if I could just add to that, part of what has concerned me as someone who's written about Churchill is the way that there's a tendency for him to become a sort of two-dimensional figure, an icon on the wall. And what I think is fascinating about Churchill is to get a sense of him three-dimensionally, warts and all. This is a man who had many flaws, are kind of caught up in the sense of a huge human being. I mean, you just got a sense of it today. If you think of the facets of we've heard about, you know, here's a man who is a politician, a man who's experienced war, who's fought, who's killed people, who's been near death, a man who is does painting for a pastime, and he does it seriously and well. A man who is a bricklayer with a union card, a man who writes, and who can write in all sorts of ways, you know, big books, small articles, and so on. I mean, you know, I think of the comment of Harry Hopkins. Roosevelt sent Hopkins over in January 41, find out actually partly about Churchill's drinking habits, but generally whether, you know, was he just really an old reactionary Tory? And Churchill knew very well why Hopkins had come over. He also knew that it was really important to cultivate the Americans. This is still when you hadn't quite woken up to the significance of the Second World War, but we won't get onto that. You were neutral, and you had good reasons for that. And so Churchill really turns it on for Hopkins. He takes him to factories, he takes him down to London to see the ruins, he takes him up to Scotland and all the rest of it. And on one occasion, he's had, you know, several hours of conversation and argument with Hopkins about war issues, and then about 10 o'clock he goes off and starts dictating answers to telegrams and so on. And Hopkins, who was no laggard, Hopkins sort of sits back in a chair and he says, "Jesus Christ, what a man."
We'll take one more question. I'll try to get there based on time on the far end, but right in front of you, David.
All right.
I just wonder how Churchill acquired those young women that were doing the typing in the middle of the night.
That is a serious question, and I must be very careful how I answer it. Madam, I would have to say, I think in an entirely proper way. They usually, some of them live locally around Chartwell. They were always taken back home in cars at the end of the, 2 a.m. or whatever it was. Some of them were, if they were in London, they would be government typists or whatever. But no, this was the arrangements were all, they were paid for properly, and their work was, done in I think, an entirely proper way. And as I say, they were, most of them, not all of them, but the large majority were totally devoted to him and felt it was one of the high points of their life to have worked for him.
Dr. Reynolds, the last question is all the way to your left towards the front.
So Roosevelt was concerned about Churchill's drinking. Lincoln was concerned about Grant's drinking. After a while, did Roosevelt decide that he was going to find out what Churchill was drinking and send him a couple of cases of it?
I think Roosevelt began to get wind of the fact that quite a lot of the drink was watered down. Eleanor, his wife, who had, fairly stern views about a lot of things, Eleanor greatly disapproved of Franklin being kept up at night by Winston when he should be getting to bed. She did not like him at all. And in fact, one of the interesting things, I'm going slightly off a tangent here, but was the relationship between Eleanor and Clementine Churchill's wife. And Clementine is interesting because she is such a accomplished person in her own way, and yet, as she said, she made Winston her life's work. She was an accomplished linguist. She probably could have gone to university if she wanted to. She remained a serious liberal. And Eleanor was fascinated by the way in which, whereas she was, she developed a role of her own as a columnist and as a traveler around the world and as an emissary, Clementine was very much subordinate to Winston, yet there was a real personality there. So the story of the two men is also a story of the two women, which is also a fascinating story. Probably, actually, a good topic for another conference at some point, Jeremy. So.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. David Reynolds. And now, nothing against the previous 5 speakers. We are in for a real treat for some final thoughts to be presented by somebody who has... We have Winston in our heart and in our spirit. She literally has Winston in her DNA. The Honorable Emma Soames is the daughter of Winston's youngest, Mary Soames. I find it interesting and a bit heartening, being the father of a daughter, that you have pursued one of Winston's many careers in journalism. She served as an editor for many of the leading publications in Great Britain, including the Telegraph magazine. So to finish out our Churchill and Conflict and Culture Symposium, it's my pleasure to introduce the Honorable Emma Soames.
Thank you, Jeremy, for those kind words. And I'd just like to say what a huge pleasure and how exciting it is for me to be here in Lafayette, Louisiana, and to experience for myself the warmth of a Southern welcome and your wonderful, inch-increasing Southern hospitality. I would particularly like to thank Madeline and Paul Hilliard, and also indeed Catherine, for making my trip such a wonderful, smooth and enjoyable event. And above all, what a great privilege it is for me to be here with you all today. But I have to say that compared to the roster of knowledgeable and distinguished speakers who've come before me, I fear that what I can offer you are meager rations indeed. I had wrongly assumed that in popular culture, the memory of Churchill and his works would be fading by now, more than 50 years after his death, with so much going on in this frantic world. So it is wonderful that there is still such a desire to examine and celebrate the life and many achievements of Winston Churchill, and to find that Hollywood and historians continue to burrow into the many extraordinary aspects of his life. Yes, I did know my grandfather. I knew him rather well. But if you are hoping to hear tales of how he discussed great events with me, or how he confided in me the secrets of statesmanship, I'm afraid I'm going to be a great disappointment to you. I knew him from my birth in 1949 until his death when I was 14. And I knew him really only as a much loved and revered grandfather, no more, no less. And there I am as a wriggling toddler sitting on his lap. My mother, Mary, was the youngest child of Winston and Clementine. And after her marriage to the dashing young Grenadier Guards officer Christopher Soames in 1947, the young couple moved into Chartwell Farm that nestled in the valley below the Churchill's country home. My father became a close confidant of Sir Winston, and living so close to her parents enabled my mother to continue the very close relationship she enjoyed with them right to the end of their lives. And indeed, as they grew older, she became an increasing support to them. I was just a few years old when my grandfather came down the hill to pay a state visit to his new granddaughter. When told by my mother what she planned to call me, he replied, "Very good, very good. If there had been more Emmas, there would have been more Nelsons." So living As I grew up, we saw our grandparents every day. Accompanied by our beloved nanny, we would walk up the hill from the farm to Chartwell itself. There we frolicked on the lawns, played croquet at a very basic level, and swam in the swimming pool. This, I have to say, was only a marginally successful enterprise of Grandpapa's, who dug it himself when they bought Chartwell in the 20s. The trouble was he had dug it so deep and so large that despite being heated by a boiler big enough to heat the Queen Mary, it was memorably cold. But after swimming in it, we would go for tea with them. So we would walk back up the hill and go to the dining room to find the most wonderful tea laid out for us. This featured exquisite little cucumber sandwiches and tiny chocolate cakes. Indeed, the food at Chartwell was always delicious. My grandmother ran a very tight ship in that regard. Long Sunday lunches starring tiny lamb cutlets and raspberry sorbet with delightful lumps of cream in it. We grandchildren sat right at the end of the long table and were riveted when the budgerigar, Toby, was released from his cage and walked down the table, emptying the salt cellars as he went. At the other end of the table, my mother sat with her father, competitively smoking cigars. They played a game to see how long they could grow a tail of ash on the end of the cigar. And Grandpapa became very cross if my mother won. There is an expression in my family that comes from my grandfather when a good time and interesting conversation was happening over a meal. And my grandmother would say, oh, we must go to the drawing room, lunch is over. And he would say, Clemmy, let us command the moment to remain. Sometimes after lunch in a stately little procession, we grandchildren would follow Winston down to the goldfish pond. There he would sit down and stamp his stick on the paving stones, while the fish came rushing to be rewarded with handfuls of wriggling worms. Sadly, we were banned from this delightful activity. He also loved visiting the pigs at Chartwell Farm. Accompanied by my father and several of us grandchildren, he would stand for hours leaning on the gate, rubbing their backs with his stick. And as we all know, he had very clear views about pigs. Cats look down on you, dogs look up to you, and pigs treat you as an equal. In many ways, Chartwell was like a mistress to my grandfather. He poured money and energy that he barely had into it, and many of his books and lecture tours went to fund the works at Chartwell and, of course, to support his always extravagant lifestyle. It was here that he learned how to do brickwork and built many of the walls you still see there today. He built for my mother when she was 7. There's a charming picture of her unveiling the property. This little cottage called the Mary Cot, built into the walls at Chartwell, where I indeed had the pleasure of playing tea parties. And I remember inviting my grandmother to tea in the Mary Cot. Above all, though, it was at Chartwell that he painted. Interiors of the house, the gardens in every season and in inclement weather. Chartwell was captured by his brush in all seasons and in all its moods. Above all, it was the view of Chartwell that I think inspired so much of what he did. He used to sit for hours as an old man, as I remember him, in his Stetson hat, with a cigar in hand, looking out across the Weald of Kent. And indeed, I think that is his vision of England, that view. And indeed, it's above in the skies, above that view, that so many dogfights happened in 1940-41. The National Trust has been reverent in its dealings with Chartwell. It's rearranged as it was in the 30s, so the house is not quite as I remember it in the 1950s. But they took on my mother, who grew up at Chartwell and called herself the Chartwell child, indeed. And they took her on as a consultant to make sure that every detail was historically correct. So even the curtain fabrics were specially woven. We were not told that we were the grandchildren of England's greatest hero. My parents just simply didn't want to spoil us. It may sound incredible, but I didn't realize quite how important my grandfather was until his death. He was, as you know, given the most incredible state funeral, and it was the first to be granted to a commoner for 60 years, and indeed there hasn't been another since. It was preceded by 3 days of his coffin lying in state in Westminster Hall, where 4 guardsmen, 24 hours a day, stood at each corner of the coffin, and the entire hall was lit only by the 4 candles by the coffin. And there was a steady stream of people. The queue of people to pay their respects went right down the embankment and across Lambeth Bridge. And we could get into the hall by another route. But I just remember standing there, and it was sort of the complete silence except for the shuffling of people's feet as they walked past the coffin. It was an amazing experience to witness, and it was at that moment, I have to say, that the penny dropped as to just how deeply, deeply revered was my grandfather. On the day of the funeral, which was bone-chillingly cold and equally good English, old English fog, my sister Charlotte and I travelled in a gun carriage behind the coffin. The streets from Westminster Hall to St. Paul's Cathedral were packed with people. They were literally 5 or 6 deep down the pavements, all the way from the Abbey to St. Paul's Cathedral. And again, the expressions on people's faces, they were cold and grey, and they were absolutely wrapped with grief and reverence. And you could hear a pin drop, except you couldn't hear a pin drop because the sound effects was just the sound of the guardsman's boots on metal road and the occasional shouted command of their officers. So all we could see from the little windows of the carriage that we travelled in was row upon row of faces. When we reached our seats in the cathedral, there before us was the Queen, President de Gaulle, and most of the leaders of the free world, which was a stunning thing. I thought we should have been coming in rather before them, rather than after them. And as we sang the Battle Hymn of the Republic, which was my grandfather's hymn, a single shaft of wintry sunlight came through the high windows of St. Paul's Cathedral and fell on the coffin. It was a spine-tingling moment, and I truly felt that all of us who were there that day were part of history. Then the body went on a train to Blaydon, and again, all the way up from London to Oxfordshire to Blenheim, where he was buried. There were people all along the hedgerows, at every gate, anywhere that had a view of the train. People all the way. Many, many children. And 50 years ago, on the 50th anniversary of that day, I walked through the cathedral and we traced his last journey when we travelled on the barge that had carried the coffin on its last journey up the Thames. Of 5 children, only my mother outlived both her parents. After her last surviving sibling, Sarah, died, my mother sometimes referred to herself as the last of the Mohicans. And she was a very great Mohican. My mother was modest, wickedly funny, clever, dignified but unstuffy. And she was loving and fiercely loyal to her father. My mother was happy and proud to be her father and mother's daughter and her husband's wife and her children's mother. She was the only non-royal daughter of a Knight of the Garter to be made a Lady of the Garter in her own right, an order that has been going since 1378 and is lodged in St. George's Chapel, Windsor. In conclusion, I'd like to say this. To those of us who've lived in Churchill's shadow, it is reassuring to know that it is not us who are inadequate, but he who was exceptional. He was not normal. He was quite simply superhumanly talented, and he combined it with being hugely hard-working and put his talents and hard work to the service of his countrymen. And the world should judge itself fortunate, the time when there really were choices that had to be fought for. This abnormal and extraordinary man was at the center of events and at the height of his powers. I will end with the words that my mother composed to sit on the wreath that she put on his coffin. I owe to you not only the love of a grateful child, but what every English man and woman owe you, freedom itself. Thank you.
Emma, thank you so much for shedding light on this individual. I think, as you mentioned, for those who lived in Churchill's shadow, I think everybody in this room and beyond still live in the shadow of that great man. I'd like to close out my remarks here before passing it to our friend and partner, Luann. And now that she sat down, I'm going to ask all of our speakers to stand up one final time. Richard Frankel, Rob Citino, Allison Lee, Keith Huxon, David Reynolds, Emma Soames, thank you so much for making this a wonderfully enlightening and enjoyable day. As I mentioned before the last session began, Oates and Marino, thank you so much. These programs are not possible without great organizations and individuals, so thank you. Thanks to you, the audience. We could put these together, and if you all didn't show up, what would be the point? It's great to see so many people are that interested. From all ages, I'm going to go from about 8 to 80, I think, from the kids, the students up there. Who had an enjoyable and or great time? Raise your hand. Great. Who has seen the Churchill art exhibit at the Hilliard Art Museum? Raise your hand. Who is going to make sure that they see it before the run of show concludes? Great. Who has signed up? I know the answer to this. Who has signed up for the World War II Museum's February 8th Symposium on the Yalta Conference? Thank you. I knew you did. There is a lot of space available, some space available. There's a lot of you. We can't accommodate you all. So if you had a great time today, know that on Saturday, February 8th, You will have a great time at the World War II Museum, featuring 5 distinguished historians, much like we had today, and talking about this final meeting of the Big Three, Winston, Franklin Roosevelt, and Joseph Stalin. I know Luann's going to do this, but I've got to say thank you. People say thanks to Paul enough. Thank you, Madeline. Thank you so much. Of course, thank you to Paul, but you share him with us. You share him with everybody. And I don't think he'd be able to do everything we expect of him without you behind him. So thank you very much, Madeline. And Paul, of course, thank you. And for this program, thank you to Catherine, too. Thank you. It's been a pleasure to work with you. Tatum and the AV crew, thank you very much up in the booth. Ben, Jolie, Susie, who's not here, Greta, who's not here. Thank you with the Hilliard Art Museum staff. You guys were great partners, and you are ably and wonderfully led by Luann Greenwald, who now gets to close out the program. Thank you so much, Luann.
And a round of applause for Jeremy being a great MC. Yeah, I just want to say thank you so much. What a wonderful, warm closing to a fascinating morning. Really, thank you so much. And I want to let you know that the exhibition is on view. We're open till 5 today. It'll be up through March 21st. Saturdays we're open 10 to 5. And there are boxed lunches in the lobby. So thank you all again for being a part of this, and good day.